Thank you.
Too.
All right. Well, before we go, here's something you don't see every day. 2 goats getting on a bus in Portland, Oregon. It sounds like the start of a joke.
Right.
But no, this really happened. They didn't end up on there very long. The bus driver spotted them, reopened the doors, and they were like, "Nay, you can't get on here."
Oh, boy.
That was good,
That's
Amy.
how we end the show this week.
That was nice.
I guess we're done. I'm leaving.
Yeah,
That
what
was
more could
enough.
you want,
Wow.
honestly?
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Oh, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook today. It is a busy Friday already, just right out of the gate here. I want to let you know of a few of the things that we are monitoring, some of the things that we're keeping an eye on as we head a little bit deeper into the afternoon. First of all, right now, Mayor Buddy Dyer delivering his State of the City address. He's been going for about half an hour or so we will get you caught up on that coming up in just a little bit. Let me also give you a live look outside the Manhattan Federal Courthouse in New York City, where Luigi Mangione is in court today for an emergency hearing. There are reports that he is expected to plead guilty to those federal charges. We talked about that yesterday with one of our experts, legal analysts. You can find that on Fox Local and the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. So we will see what happens in this hearing, and we will let you know and follow up with you on that. Let me also give you a live look at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University and the Center for Advanced Air Mobility. Governor Ron DeSantis expected there any minute now for a news conference, going to be joined by the Florida Transportation Secretary, and we will get you to that news conference as soon as it begins. But right now, I want to get you live to the Brevard County Fire Rescue Station in Viera, where CFO and State Fire Marshal Blaise Ingoglia is at the podium now, speaking about hurricane preparedness. And so we're going to go ahead and listen in live on this Friday morning. You know what? I may not have audio levels. Let me hear. Yeah, we are not getting audio levels from that, so we will try to pull up that feed on social media for now while we troubleshoot that and figure out why we're not getting any audio levels. But the CFO, you see, he's the Chief Financial Officer, and as I said, he also kind of holds dual roles, and so he is the State Fire Marshal, and in those roles goes around and has been holding some of these news conferences across the state talking about hurricane preparedness and making sure that communities across the state are ready, not letting their guard down, even though things have been quieter. We will have a check of the tropics with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner in just a little bit. All right, let's go ahead and get you live now to Blaise Ingoglia, who is speaking in Viera.
Is a peninsula jutting out into the Gulf of America and the Atlantic, so it is something that we just have to deal with. It is a reality here in the state of Florida, and so we need to make sure that we prepare always in the event that a hurricane will make landfall. The time to prepare for hurricane, any hurricane or any storm that is headed into our direction is now. Do not wait until a storm is forming. This is one of the initiatives that we have put forward in our office as CFO to make sure that we are being as proactive as possible, making sure that we are being vigilant and vigilant when it comes to preparing for these storms. Simply taking a few proactive steps today makes all of the difference tomorrow. It is one of the easiest ways to protect your loved ones and your property. So with this, on your next grocery store run, not only think about what you are cooking for dinner that night or stocking up, take those opportunities to stock up for anything that you may need, and the non-perishables to stock in your house that you may need for the hurricane. I'm talking about bottled waters, canned food, batteries, anything that you can think of. This easy preparation can help you give the peace of mind before essential items are cleared from shelves when a storm is approaching. This is important because We see a lot of crunch where a bunch of people, when a storm is coming, everyone rushes to the store and starts clearing out the shelves. But if you can get a lot of this get a lot of this product now and hold it, it's not going to go bad. You'll eventually use it. Just stock up before the hurricane, and it will alleviate on that crunch later. And why does that matter? Because you may have a mom who is looking to get stuff for the children, and sometimes they'll sit there and they'll see these long lines. But unfortunately, those lines are long because the people procrastinate, right? They get the things last second. Let's get all that stuff in advance. It is important to have your documents protected and organized if you need to make an insurance claim following storm damage. A hurricane can get stronger and change direction even at a moment's notice. If you already have an emergency kit and plan before a storm forms, you are way ahead of everyone else. You are steps ahead of the storm process. Now, we are going to split this into two. What I would ask our media partners is, and you don't have to do it now, but we have a board here, and there's another board before this. We're going to split this up. We're going to go into some best practices before the storm and then after the storm. Please take B-roll of this. I would ask you, when you guys put this on your internet properties, make sure that you're outlining this stuff. We want to make sure everyone gets this information because this is the important information. Before a storm strikes, make an emergency kit with extra batteries and water bottles. Like we said before, start shopping now, stock up now, have all of the information you need. In a perfect world, a storm does not hit the way it did not hit last year. And what do you have? You have all the stuff that you would normally use anyway. So get that stuff in advance. Make sure your generators are functioning properly and know your proper generator safety. A lot of people wait until the last minute to get generators. Now, some people have whole home generators, and that's awesome if you have that. But many people do try to get those portable generators. So what I would say now, while you're not having a storm bear down on this, go put it outside and see if it's working. There may need some tweaking that you need. And if you have a generator and you pull out a storm during a storm and it's not working, you're probably not going to get it repaired. So check on things like spark plugs, stuff like that. Get it in full functioning order and make sure that you adhere to generator safety. Do not run it inside. Do not run it in a garage. Do not close the door. That is a surefire way to have our guys, our first responders, put themselves at risk to save you when it could be very easily avoided. Check your home and flood insurance coverage and compare options to make sure that you have the best, you have the protection that you need at the best value. We have had a lot of reforms in the insurance market since 22 and 23. Prior to that, you would probably have only a couple of companies that are writing. Now there are numerous companies writing, offering you a lot different insurance coverage. So shop with an independent broker, shop with your current, make sure that you have the best policy suited for you and your needs. And probably just as importantly is if your home has gone up in value over the past couple of years, make sure that your replacement costs on your homeowner's insurance policy reflects your current value. If you have a home and a storm hits and it is just totaled and it's no more inhabitable, you're gonna want an insurance policy that is going to cover the full replacement cost of your home. Why is this important? Because over the past couple of years, we have seen a sharp increase in property values here in the state of Florida, which means the replacement cost has gone up. So, in layman's terms, 3 years ago, if you had a home where your replacement cost was $400,000 and you had a policy reflecting $400,000, but your home is now worth $600,000, and you have to redo your home, the policy you have does not cover full replacement costs. It only covers $400,000. You will be $200,000 short. So make sure that your replacement cost on your current policy matches what the replacement cost is on your current home. This is something that
the CFO Blaise Ingoglia giving some good advice there, talking about preparations, getting supplies, things you need to do to get ready for insurance purposes and that kind of thing as well. So some good information here. We're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. Giving you a live look right now in Viera, where we are hearing from CFO Blaise Ingoglia speaking live right now about hurricane preparedness. So we are listening in live while we wait for Governor Ron DeSantis to begin his news conference at Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach. So thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. And here is Blaise Ingoglia speaking live right now.
Use your phone, you're still going to be able to retrieve all of that information. So you don't want to be put in a situation where you don't know your contact information and your deck page, your information on your insurance policy, and then your phone's gone and you don't have that information. Or if you make the argument to your insurance company that, hey, my home was in this shape, and they say, we don't believe you, and they say it's on my phone, and then you're like, wait a minute, my phone's gone also. So that sort of redundancy will help. Please take those extra steps. Have cash on hand in case systems are down after a storm. Know your zone and know your home. Knowing what evacuation zone you are in and understanding your home's ability to withstand strong winds and heavy rain can make all the difference in preparing for a storm. If Director Guthrie was here, he would tell you that your flood zone is not your evacuation zone. They are two separate things. Make sure that you are heating the evacuation zone because what he has said is that there are, from the amount of storm and what is being affected, there were a lot more people who evacuated than probably necessary, putting strain on the infrastructure in the state of Florida. So please pay attention to that. You can find your zone at floridadisaster.org/know your zone. Now, after the storm, you got that? After the storm, report damage to your agent or insurance company and keep a log of all communications with the insurance companies and or any adjusters. This is going to be important also. Anytime you have a conversation with anyone, if you're calling into the call center number for the insurance company, get the person's name that you spoke to, document the person full name, any identifying badge numbers, ID numbers, the number that you called, and you want to document everything that that person has said.
Blaise Ingoglia continuing to speak live right now in Viera. If you want to keep watching him, just scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. That'll take you to the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, because right now I want to get you to Daytona Beach, where Governor Ron DeSantis just walked to the podium and is speaking live right now at Embry-Riddle. So let's listen in.
Partners with the state of Florida. We were able to announce on Monday. Well, first let me introduce some of the dignitaries. We got our FDOT Secretary Jared Perdue, our president here at Embry-Riddle, Dr. Barry Butler. We got Reps Partington. I think Senator Tom Leek. Where's Tom? You're going to be the head after Boyd or two after that?
After Trump.
After Trumbull? And is that set in stone? Like if you screw up, could you lose it, or are you good?
If I talk about it,
Okay, all right, so good. Well, Tom Leek's done a great job. We got Rep Soroy here. We have Carmen, who's the superintendent of Volusia County Schools. South Daytona City Councilman Eric Sanders as well is here. So I know we got a lot more people that are here. We've got two announcements, which I think a lot of people will want. One is just to piggyback off what we announced on, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, at the Sun Tracks, where we were in front of the autonomous vehicles. We had the vertiports. We're one of only a handful of states that USDOT has certified as a place for advanced air mobility. We've got 2 vertiports there. I'll talk a little bit more about what those do. They also had, so the Sun Tracks we've had in Polk County, it's tested all kinds of different traffic solutions and the way traffic flows and this and that. And that has really evolved into things like autonomous vehicles. So we had things, there was a Waymo behind me, and then there was a Cybercab from Tesla. We actually went in and did a drive in the Tesla Robotaxi. And, you know, it's a test track, so there's all kinds of hurdles that come at you. But you're just sitting there, it's driving, and some kid comes in the road, it stops. Then you're going and a car cuts you off and it swerves to get away. You'll have a police officer stop traffic. It obeys the officer. And this is just all by itself. Nobody's doing anything for it. You even had a tire going in the middle of the road and it avoided that. So, and part of it is, humans, we have certain things that maybe the machines will never quite get, but they have cameras every single place, so the vision is just going to be better than with a human being, certainly than with a distracted human being. But all that's being done. I know that a lot of this stuff has been put out into circulation in Florida, various parts of the country, but there's still a lot of safety testing and all that being done. So we were excited to see, because we kind of started that when I first became governor, and to now just see how far it goes. They have different, some of these companies, these people that will drive these Teslas will tell me they get in, they just press the button and it just drives them to where they want to go. And people are like, really? And they're like, yeah, I haven't really touched the wheel in a long time. So this stuff's happened relatively quickly in the last 5 or 6 years. And so we'll see how that ends up unfolding. But anyways, so you had that. But we were announcing that we are going to be doing these vertical lift test flights at the Sun Tracks there in Central Florida. And what those are is they're called eVTOLs, and it's kind of a hybrid between a little small plane and a helicopter, but it can just take off. It doesn't need a runway. It could just vertically lift off, but then it can accelerate more like a fixed-wing aircraft. And so they have propellers, they have different things. The ones that are really coming to market now are battery-powered. I think ultimately you're going to see some at least hybrid, because the military, they want jet fuel. It just goes further and all that, so at least have the fuel option. But these are electric, so they're very quiet. So you can go, you lift off, and then go and then land. And I think the range right now is about 100 miles. But if you think about, it's a solution to maybe navigate some of these really difficult to drive areas. So if you land in Tampa Airport and you want to go to Disney World or Universal, you could potentially just leapfrog I-4 entirely. Now, we've done a lot on I-4. We did the temporary lanes in Polk County and Osceola, which has helped. And I see the cameras before and after. I mean, it has definitely helped. The full project will help even more. But it seems like anytime there can be traffic there, it just finds a way to kind of build up. So you'd be able to just go straight over. There'd be other parts of the state where you would be able to do Miami Airport. You want to go to West Palm Beach or something like that. So that's all being done there. We've got these companies in there that are going to be testing. There's going to be flights that will start by the end of the year, certainly the test flights. Eventually, it could evolve into something where you'd have like a personal aircraft that would almost be like a personally owned vehicle, where you'd be able to go, lift off, and maybe have a limited range where you'd be able to do it. I was talking to some of the CEOs that were there from these eVTOL companies, and I was like, you ever going to be able to get this to where an average person would be able to potentially afford it? And they said they think it might get there. It depends on how all this stuff happens. So there's a lot of safety testing going on. There's a lot of other things that go into this going on. When I kind of got involved in this last year, 2025, when we were at the International Air Show in Paris, everything under the sun for aviation and aerospace is at this air show. And we went to the one in Farnborough in England this past July, but they were doing it and they were highlighting these eVTOLs, and that was kind of a trendy thing. There's a lot that went into it, and now you're kind of at the cusp of where this stuff may be doing. So you could start to see taxi service with these vertical lift platforms probably within the next year. I would say that's definitely could be something that would be there. What's the price point, how that's going to work? Well, it's obviously going to have to work financially for them, and I think probably the way to do it would be to have as many people do it as possible with more reasonable prices. If you just focused on a handful, may not have the market. I don't know, but those people will be able to figure that out. But this is something that's gotten a lot of steam. So we just wanted to be a part of that, and so we have that. We've embraced that at Sun Tracks. We're able to highlight what we're doing to to help with those advances. This is a big, I don't know if people have heard of Suntrax before. It's a massive research facility. It's probably about 10, 12, 15 years old that's been there, and it's not limited to just run-of-the-mill traffic testing anymore. There's so many other things that are going on. You know, my son was with us. He got to sit in the cyber cab and in the eVTOL. They also had a eVTOL simulator, and so he was able to get in the simulator as an 8-year-old kid. And it's intuitive. It's not, you don't need necessarily a pilot's license to do this. It's intuitive. He was able to take off from Tampa Airport, and he was able to land kind of in the city by where you have some of the skyscrapers successfely. A little bit of a hard landing. I mean, probably not a landing you would necessarily want to be on, but he landed it and he didn't crash it, and so he did. But this is an 8-year-old kid getting there. So this stuff's going to be very intuitive for people. So we're able to go through that, and I think you're going to hear more and more about everything that's going to be going. Yes, taxi service, maybe the personal, like the, not like the Jetsons per se, that was fiction, but it could be something where people can pop around. Now, there's a lot of issues that go into that, safety, all this, of course, and you're gonna have to navigate those successfully. This could be used for medical transport. It could be used for a disaster response, an emergency response. It could be used for law enforcement. I know the military is interested in kind of the hybrid platforms, which would also have some of the jet fuel in there. You put jet fuel in, the range is just so much better. That's the problem with the batteries. They're heavy. And so you got about 100 miles you can do range, and I think that is a way to get the more range. So stay tuned on all of that, but needless to say, you're going to continue to see a lot that happens in that space. So because we're so involved in that, it was natural that our Florida Department of Transportation would partner with Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University to develop the workforce for this next generation of transportation. There's no better university to go if you're interested in aviation and aerospace than Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. I mean, that's just the reality. We're proud to have them here. We've partnered with them on so many different things, and although they're not part of our state system and they're a private university, I think the relationship between Embry-Riddle and Florida has been incredibly strong. We've also done a lot for Embry-Riddle over the years, and we're proud to be able to do that. So we have Polk State College, which is right there by Suntrax. We have Embry-Riddle, which is just down I-4 from Suntrax, and you're going to be able to have these companies, the things that they need. There's going to be a lot of collaboration, and it's ultimately going to mean more opportunity for the students at both of those institutions, and quite frankly, it's going to help us build out an advanced air mobility industrial base here in the state of Florida, but particularly in the central part of our state. So I'm thankful for Embry-Riddle to be a part of that. We were able to announce that earlier in the week, but we definitely wanted to come back and highlight that again. But we also wanted to show that our support for the mission at Embry-Riddle continues, and we're proud of what they're able to do. We understand that Volusia County has been more successful as a result of having Embry-Riddle here, and we know that a lot of what we've done has helped this community quite a bit. So you have students gearing up here to be the next generation of automotive and aerospace engineers. We want to make sure that they live in a good, safe campus. Now, the Clyde Morris Boulevard corridor, which is the road we all took to get here, is one of the most active areas for pedestrian in Central Florida, and it's the busiest here in Volusia County. Of course, it's the main artery intersecting major economic drivers for the region, including the International Speedway in Daytona, the airport, of course, Embry-Riddle, as well as Halifax Medical Center. Previously, FDOT had planned improvements in this area, but those improvements weren't funded for construction, and the land to support the building had not yet been secured by the state of Florida. I've been pushing FDOT to move faster, look for opportunities where we can leverage our strong partnerships with local governments and universities to get the job done. And I'm happy to say once again, FDOT has delivered on that commitment. So today, I'm proud to announce an accelerated start to the construction of the much-needed improvements along Clyde Morris Boulevard, including a pedestrian tunnel under Clyde Morris that will create much easier access to Embry-Riddle for pedestrians and for the drivers who rely on the corridor for their daily commutes. This fully funded $56 million investment will support 3 miles of improvements and will significantly improve safety for students and the swift movement of traffic along this heavily travailed corridor. In addition to the pedestrian improvements, the project also includes modified intersections to increase throughput, new medians, drainage modifications to reduce flood risk, and even a resurfaced roadway. You know, we're always ranked in the top 3 or 4 states for the quality of the roads, and if you don't believe that, go do some of these other states and you'd be appalled at some of the roads, but we want to continue with that momentum. And so we're excited to be sharing this that this project is being done and being started 2 years ahead of originally scheduled. This is a great partnership with the county, with Embry-Riddle, with the city, who all came together to provide the remaining portions of land to get this project underway to completion. We are excited. I know this has been a long time coming. I know we have Miriam Giabi White is here. I think I saw her. I think she came out here. I know this was something she's involved in designing this stuff, and this has been something that she's been wanting to do for a long time, and obviously had a big part of why it's finally come to fruition. So congratulations on that. I think this is going to be a great benefit to the community, to the university, and find these other states that are starting this stuff ahead of schedule. I mean, it's usually they promise we're going to do this, and then 5 years later, oh, well, we'll get around to it when we can. No, we're accelerating projects. We've accelerated projects all over the state for years, and that means we're being able to deliver meaningful results much sooner than originally anticipated. So thanks, everybody, for being involved. And Jared, come on up.
That Governor Ron DeSantis news conference continuing in Daytona Beach. You see the Transportation Secretary, Jared Perdue, speaking as well. I do want to go ahead and give you an update. I know we were tracking this here on Fox Local, and I popped up the breaking news that Luigi Mangione has pleaded guilty in federal court in New York. The hearing going on this morning at Manhattan Federal Court. Here's a live look outside. It is federal court, so there is no cameras inside. We're not able to bring you anything live from that, but we can tell you that he is pleading guilty, waiving his right to a jury trial. This is regarding the federal case against him and the federal charges. This could still have impacts on the state charges against him, but we'll talk about that in just a little bit, because we are going to be joined by a legal analyst here in just a few minutes to break down what this means for us. So we are continuing to track this breaking news as Luigi Mangione is in court pleading guilty as we speak. The family of the UnitedHealthcare CEO also, we're told, in the front row of this courtroom as well, as those counts are being read in court. So we're continuing to follow this breaking news story developing this morning. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. This morning, we are tracking breaking news out of Manhattan. Here's a live look right now outside the federal courthouse where we are learning that Luigi Mangione is pleading guilty in the federal case against him. Here's what we know from inside the courtroom from the Fox News reporters that have been inside that courtroom. This happened just moments after the judge took the bench, asking if Luigi Mangione is prepared to plead guilty to the indictment. He said yes. He was brought into the courtroom a little after 11 o'clock this morning. His hands were behind him but not cuffed. His feet did appear to be shackled. And so Mangione, the suspect, has been accused and facing federal and state charges in connection with the assassination of the UnitedHealthcare CEO. Preparing to plead guilty right now. Now, the judge is saying that there is explaining essentially that there is no parole in federal prison and that Mangione must serve at least 85% of his sentence. So we are learning more about this, and we are tracking this breaking news this morning and are joined now by a legal analyst, attorney Jose Rivas, joining us live now via Zoom to talk about this. Jose, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Pleasure to be here.
So first, I just want to get your reaction. Obviously, this is a case that so many across the country have been following because of the brazen nature of this crime and what we saw, some of the video and all the images that we saw come from this, something that has gotten quite a bit of attention. And so I want to get your reaction now to what we are hearing coming out of federal court at this very moment where Luigi Mangione is pleading guilty to this.
Well, we don't know exactly what details and what exactly he's pleading guilty to if he has several charges. But what I can tell you that the federal system is different from the state system in that once you plead guilty, you actually get credit. They have a point system or it's actually what we call sentencing guidelines. So they're going to have to agree exactly, what enhancements are going to do, what credits he's going to get, if any. So usually after this, there'll be what we call a PSI, pre-sentencing investigation, and then there'll be a recommendation to the court, and then the sentencing will be scheduled.
And so what, this is obviously in reference the federal case. He is also facing state charges. And so what impact could him pleading guilty on these federal charges do for that state case and whether he has an argument at double jeopardy?
Well, I mean, no. Actually, the federal has jurisdiction. They can try him, in any additional separate counts as long as the elements are different. Now, what is interesting to know is that usually the state will sit back and let the federal charges, be sentenced, because a lot of times it's done what we call concurrent sentencing or kind of a global negotiation. We don't know if those are the details yet, but if he does plead in federal court, that could be used against him in state court.
And the judge saying right now in court, Jose, explaining that any punishment in a state trial could be served consecutively as opposed to concurrently. So how might that change things?
Well, exactly. The judge is covering the basis for, in other words, so there's no appeals. He's going to let him know, listen, once you enter a plea of guilty, there is actually no guarantee what you're going to get unless the prosecution has already made a deal. So he's covering his basis for appellate purposes. For example, there's no guarantees. It could be consecutive, but a lot of times it's done concurrent, the sentencing. He just wants to cover his basis to make sure that he cannot withdraw his guilty plea later.
Now, the judge saying they will not sentence Mangione today, but we do expect Mangione to be given the opportunity to speak. In fact, the judge saying that just a couple of minutes ago that he is going to have the chance to speak. And so I'm curious, Jose, as a defense attorney, what you would advise if Luigi Mangione were your client, what you would advise him to say in this moment in the courtroom where he is going to get the chance to speak with the family of the UnitedHealthcare CEO that he's accused of killing, sitting front row in there.
Well, this is not the time to speak. This is only what we call you're entering a guilty plea, right? Now, after this guilty plea, there's going to be what we call a PSI, pre-sentencing investigation, which is it's called probation in federal court. They're going to talk to family members. They're going to put the history. They're putting his whole history together that they're going to present for sentencing. It is at the sentencing hearing that you can present mitigation. He can speak. They can bring witnesses in. They can bring experts to testify, and that's at the point where you're going to argue, or his attorney should argue that he mitigate his sentencing, but that's done at sentencing. All we're doing right now is just a formality. He's just entering a plea of guilty, and that kind of sets the process forward. The judge wants to make sure he covers all the bases so that he doesn't later, change his mind and want to withdraw his plea of guilty.
Yeah, walk me through the process from kind of here on out, because if he enters this plea today, sentencing happens later. But what does that do to this process, and kind of what happens next?
Right. So today he's going to enter a plea. The judge is going to ask him, are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Are you doing this voluntarily and knowingly? Has anybody forced you to enter this plea? Has somebody offered you anything else? Has any promises been made? You understand that no promises have been made whatsoever. The sentence, the guilty plea needs to be voluntarily, knowingly, not under the influence of drugs or alcohol, without any other promises. Once he gets that on the record, then at that point he's going to set off sentencing. I anticipate approximately 60 to 90 days. Like I said earlier, there's going to be a PSI, which is an investigation. There's a probation officer from federal who's going to talk to him. He's going to talk to family members, and he's going to put together a sentencing guidelines. That sentencing guidelines, the defense later can object. There could be enhancements, for example, based on the type of crime, based on the history or lack of history. I can tell you that he will get credit. There'll be two levels down, because in federal court, when you accept responsibility, which is what he's doing today, it will move back. When we say guidelines, will go down to 2 levels. So once that report is prepared, it would get sent to the defense, the prosecution, and then if they have any objections, they would have to file it with the court. And at sentencing, they can bring family members to talk. That would be the stage, you're going to plead to the judge to mitigate his sentencing and just either follow the guidelines or go underneath the guidelines. But in our federal system, there's a set of guidelines. And when I say guidelines, I mean like a formula that based on the type of crime, based on the history or lack of history or any other elements or enhancements, there will be a set of guidelines of, for example, X amount to Y amount, and the judge has a little bit of discretion within those guidelines.
If you are his defense attorney, how do you argue any mitigating circumstances here, given what we have seen of this, given some of the evidence, the video that we've all seen by now, showing kind of just the brazen nature of this. So how would his defense team argue to try to mitigate that sentence after pleading guilty to this?
Well, we have to remember that he's pleading guilty. We don't know all the details. I'm sure they've spoken already to the prosecution, and they've said, listen, he'll plead guilty to X and Y, and we'll drop, C and whatnot. So, we don't know all the details. But as far as mitigation, there's a lot of mitigation: mental health, lack of history, his upbringing, his history, the lack of sophistication, if any. There's any kind of motive. The influences. The fact that he cooperated with law enforcement, or if he did not cooperate. So you're going to use all the factors to try to mitigate. And in cases like that, there's only so much defense attorneys can do, but you can take your client and put him in the best light possible, just taking anything that's favorable and bringing that up in the courtroom. Of course, the prosecution is going to, we have a person that's dead right now. We have a family that's impacted, the lack of sense, the type of crime. So the judge is going to weight that. But again, we have sentencing guidelines. I don't know exactly what they are, but based on what he decides to plead to, there will be sentencing guidelines, and the judge will have discretion within that range.
And Mangione, speaking in federal court just moments ago, confessing his intent to shoot Brian Thompson and saying, quote, "I knew what I was doing." Your reaction to some of these, very very early reports about what he is saying and what's coming out of the federal courthouse right now?
Well, sometimes, I mean, our recommendation to our clients always is, keep quiet, let's put a statement together. But sometimes you can't control your clients. I've seen a lot of things that have said in court by our clients that they were not expected. So sometimes clients are in a position, at the end of the day, they have the final word. We advise them. But a lot, again, when you make statements to the court, all of that's going to have consequences when the judge decides or uses his discretion to sentence him within the guidelines.
And so what do you think we might see? What might a sentence look like in this case? Obviously, as we said, that's not happening today, but what do you think that might look like?
Well, again, I have not looked at the guidelines. I would have to look at the guidelines and what exactly, and do a computation. The federal system is just not like the state system where you can just come in. The state can deviate or come in with a particular, hey, let's do a plea deal. We'll cut 10 years off if you plead today. That's not what it is in federal court. You actually have to find some kind of legal basis in order to deviate from the sentencing guidelines. Again, we want to be able, the court wants to be able to sentence him appropriately and proportionate to the crime, and that's why there are sentencing guidelines. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up for an appeal in the future.
Well, he's now officially pleading guilty to federal stalking charges in connection with that case. It's certainly interesting development here today in a case that has gotten attention across the country and around the world. And it's just what's your takeaway here before we let you go, Jose? Your final thoughts for us to keep in mind as we kind of watch this play out.
Well, they're still early in the game, and I assume if it's the same attorney that's representing him on the state case and the federal case, they're in communication. I think the strategy to plea here, obviously that we should expect some kind of either plea deal in the state case. I don't think any attorney would let him plead guilty in a federal offense and at the same time, try to go to trial on a state case that can be used against him.
All right, Jose Rivas, defense attorney here in Orlando. We really appreciate your time and your expertise. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and reacting to this breaking news with us.
Thank you for having me.
Let me go ahead and give you a look at the ground shot outside the courthouse, heavily guarded by police and first responders. Right now, they are making sure that everything stays safe there. We have seen Mangione heavily guarded coming in and out of the courtroom in previous hearings as well. Just given the circumstances surrounding this, and so a heavy security presence there live outside that Manhattan federal courthouse in New York City. Sentencing, we can now tell you, has been set for December 18th. So that will be the sentencing date in federal court. For the pleading guilty to the federal stalking charges, and that is the day we will hear more about what that might look like. So we're going to continue to monitor this, to keep an eye. We've got these cameras outside the federal courthouse. I would anticipate some remarks, perhaps from family members of Brian Thompson, perhaps from prosecutors, perhaps from a defense attorney. We will see. We will keep our eyes on those cameras, and get you to any developments that come from that, anyone who does decide to speak outside that federal courthouse. So big breaking news today, where Luigi Mangione pleading guilty. So we will keep monitoring that over the next little bit here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break right now, and hold on before I do so. We are beginning to see some people trickle out of the courtroom, and it looks like they may be setting up a podium as well, where we can anticipate some remarks from potentially the legal team there. So we're gonna take a quick break right now while things are getting set. We'll come back, continuing to keep an eye on this. Governor DeSantis still speaking right now in Daytona Beach as well. So a number of things that we are tracking right now. But again, gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, giving you a live look right now outside the federal courthouse in New York City, where Luigi Mangione has entered a guilty plea and admitted to killing UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. His sentencing now set for December 18th. We have a number of cameras outside that courthouse. We are watching and monitoring to see if we hear from anyone, if family members will speak, if legal team members will speak. So we will get you to anything else that develops outside that courthouse live right now in New York City. But right now I want to get you to Daytona Beach. We are continuing to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis, who is speaking live right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Situation. Now, because it's property tax, it's local, it's got to go through the ballot. But that's the one way you can guarantee relief through that amendment. And, I told the guys, the legislature, I had mine, they did theirs. There's some similarities, but there's also big differences. I said, look, I'm going to let people know, because a lot of people wanted my one, and they want them to know, like, listen, that's not what passed, but I'm going to be supportive of it, because I think it's the only way we can guarantee people relief as taxpayers. And, I hear different things about, some of these companies are buying homes. They did this Elizabeth Warren housing bill in D.C., and they were supposed to, we're going to crack down on, Blackstone buying homes. Great. Well, it ended up not happening. It got watered down. And so some people are like, well, you have a company may buy up a neighborhood, and then it's higher. They want people to rent, and it's harder to afford homes, all this stuff. I get it. But the way to address that at the state level is to make sure that those homesteaders, people are actually living in their homes, that they get an even bigger tax advantage than they get now, and this will do that. So I think it should pass. I hope it does. I haven't looked at the underlying dynamics on it the way I did with what I had proposed, but it can be done. Anytime government tells you that they're not going to be able to get by, unless you just pay them more, don't buy that. And I just think that the reason why people that in government really like the property tax is because it's almost like a silent tax increase, right? They don't have to raise the rate. They can just raise the value. And heaven forbid you have to move, and then you get a much higher tax basis even as a homesteader, then you're paying way more in tax than you ever thought possible. So this will be the only thing. And I hear these politicians saying they're going to cut they're going to cut these prices. These are private markets. It doesn't work that way. When they're telling you that, they think you're not smart enough to understand how the world works, and I know everybody is. The tax, though, is the one thing we can do, and it'll make a big difference for people. So this is a question about the 7th Congressional District Republican primary. I have not endorsed Corey Mills, and I do not support Corey Mills. Okay, God bless everybody. Great to see you. Take care.
Governor DeSantis speaking in Daytona Beach was taking some questions there, and you also heard him mention in response to a question about Corey Mills, the embattled congressman of the 7th District, who is facing a challenge in that race. We've been talking with a number of the candidates this week. Want to get you live right now back to Viera, where CFO Blaise Ingoglia speaking about hurricane preparedness. We'll go ahead and listen in for another few minutes here. And I do want to let you know we are anticipating hearing from the U.S. Attorney's Office and from defense attorneys outside that federal courthouse in New York City. So we will get you there as soon as they begin speaking.
Let's take heed of that. In May, my office launched a new statewide hurricane preparedness initiative to inform Floridians about hurricane safety tips so that they can be better prepared for hurricane season. Insurance experts from my consumer services teams have been walking around neighborhoods, knocking on doors across the state, handing out brochures on how to prepare for a storm and what to do after a storm. Again, the more we can do up front, the more lives, time, and treasure we can save on the back end. This is a new initiative. We are going out and we are walking hurricane-prone areas. We are just dropping off information. A lot of the stuff that you were seeing here today, a lot of the best tips and the things that they should hold on to, all the important contact information if a storm hits. Now, hopefully, storm won't hit. But we had a great year last year where nothing hit. We're having a pretty good year so far, but it may not last, and we know it may not last. So we need to make sure that we're preparing. So far, we have visited Columbia, Duval, Lee, Levy, Orange, Miami-Dade, Broward, Leon, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Sarasota, Escambia, and Santa Rosa counties with these initiatives. Over the last few months, our team has knocked on tens of thousands of doors to educate Floridians on how to be proactive during storm season. As State Fire Marshal, my team is also in charge of coordinating urban search and rescue teams during an emergency situation. These teams are made up of some of the best firefighters across the state. They are highly trained. These are the people that go in first to make sure that we are saving lives and assessing the situation before other teams go in behind them. I want to thank them as well as all of our first responders for the courage and resilience to provide life-saving assistance and resources to Floridians after they have faced devastation from a hurricane. We are always
Blaise Ingoglia speaking in Brevard County. You see the Brevard County Fire Rescue. We also heard from a few other speakers at that event just a little bit ago, and so we'll hear from a little bit more from them coming up a little bit later. I want to give you a live look right now outside this federal courthouse in New York City. You can see it is quite the scene there when we are anticipating hearing from the U.S. Attorney's Office, from defense attorneys as well. And let's go ahead. You see some folks being, I'm not sure if those are family members or who these people might be, being kind of escorted right now.
All right, then just stay there. I'll take one around.
As you see, though, it is a frenzy outside that federal courthouse, and we do anticipate hearing again from the U.S. Attorney's Office and from Mangione's defense team. They are expected to speak outside the courthouse. I can give you a live look at that location. You see the podium there, a number of microphones right outside that entrance to that courthouse, again, the federal courthouse in Manhattan. So we are continuing to follow this case, and we'll get you to those remarks as soon as they begin. Right now, we're going to go ahead and step aside, take a quick break while we get the chance, and then we'll be right back here on Fox 35 News Plus. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are coming up on the noon hour here on Friday, and we are giving you a live look right now outside the federal courthouse in Manhattan, where Luigi Mangione just in the last hour pleaded guilty to federal charges, a stalking charge in connection with the CEO killing, the UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. In court today, we learned Mangione confessed his intent, said, "I knew what I was doing," when it came to the killing of Brian Thompson, the UnitedHealthcare CEO. So we are standing by. You see all the microphones there. Gathered up right by this entrance behind some security barricades. We are waiting to hear from the U.S. Attorney's Office and from defense attorneys for Mangione. Both of them, both legal teams, are expected to speak here coming up in just a little bit. Now, if you missed our interview, we did some live analysis as details were trickling out of the courtroom while that hearing was still going on. We had a defense attorney from here in Orlando that joined us live and was kind of breaking down some of what we know, some of what we were hearing. And you can find that on Fox Local and on Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. You can see some more folks coming out of the courtroom right now. Waiting to see here. I'm going to pull up the audio here, see if we can hear any sort of thing here. We are anticipating, again, remarks any minute now from attorneys. And they're walking to the podium right now, so we're going to go ahead and listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karen Friedman Agnifilo, and I represent Luigi Mangione. Today is a solemn and significant day. With today's guilty plea, Mr. Mangione has accepted full responsibility for the death of Brian Thompson, arising from the events of December 4th, 2024, outside of the UnitedHealthcare Investor Conference here in Midtown Manhattan. It was a single tragic event, yet he's being prosecuted twice for the same conduct. As Luigi explained in court today, he endured years of severe, debilitating pain following a broken back while struggling to navigate our healthcare and health insurance systems. Like the thousands of people who've reached out since this tragedy to share their own experiences, he believed that the system had failed him and destroyed his life. Despite this being a single isolated event, Mr. Mangione has been unfairly treated since the outset in every way and has successfully fought off terrorism charges and the death penalty, while also fighting at the same time two simultaneous prosecutions in two jurisdictions who are trying to punish him twice for the exact conduct. He's been treated differently from every other defendant charged with this offense in New York. However, thankfully, New York law does not allow this. New York law does not permit a person to be prosecuted and punished twice for the exact same crime under a statute that governs successive prosecutions. It's also known as the double jeopardy law. Today's guilty plea triggers this statute, and we just filed our motion in state court explaining why the state charges must be dismissed under New York's double jeopardy protections. We will not be taking any other questions. Thank you so much for coming.
Madam, does your client have any remorse for the man he shot in the back?
Remarks there from Luigi Mangione's attorneys and his defense team speaking there, saying that in court today he accepted full responsibility and that this now triggers the double jeopardy statute. And so they say they've already filed a motion looking to get those state charges dismissed. Now, the state murder trial was slated to begin September 8th, so less than a month away now from the scheduled start of that state murder trial. So we will now see what happens with this. Obviously, Mangione's attorneys trying to get those tossed. That was something that we talked about yesterday with one of our legal analysts when we were first kind of discussing the possibility of this plea deal today. And so you can go back and find that interview on Fox Local and our Fox 35 Orlando YouTube channel as well, where we went in depth about that double jeopardy potential and what that may mean. She saying essentially that she believed was a big reason that we were seeing this plea deal. But that was some discussion there. You heard from Mangione's attorneys also referencing comments that he apparently made in court today, talking about some of the reason that led him to take this act that his attorneys now say he has accepted full responsibility for, and then also continuing to make claims that they believe he is being unfairly treated, being treated differently than any other defendant there in New York who is facing similar charges. And so I want to give you another live look here. We are still anticipating remarks from the U.S. Attorney's Office, but I do just want to kind of give you paint the picture of the scene here. These are live aerial images showing that federal courthouse in New York City, and it is a city that is always busy, but you can see all of that activity really concentrated right now outside of that courthouse as well, where we have seen a heightened security presence and dozens of media members focused on what is happening there, what has happened there in that last hour. Coming up on 1 hour since Mangione was first taken inside that courtroom for that plea hearing. And now we are continuing to learn some more details about what happened there inside court. We are now seeing some other officials, I believe, at the U.S. Attorney's Office. That also appears to be some other officials with him. And so we're going to go ahead and listen in here.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie McDonald, United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. At 6:45 on a December morning, Luigi Mangione stalked and murdered Brian Thompson in cold blood on a public sidewalk in Midtown Manhattan. Just a few moments ago, Mangione pled guilty to his heinous act. This was not a spontaneous act of violence. It was deliberate, calculated, and premeditated. In the days leading up to the murder, the defendant very carefully prepared for the attack. He tracked Mr. Thompson's whereabouts, conducted surveillance along the route he knew Mr. Thompson would take, and positioned himself to carry out the plan. Then, on a sidewalk on West 54th Street, the defendant murdered Mr. Thompson, shooting him from behind with a 9mm handgun equipped with a silencer. He shot Thompson twice at close range. The second shot came as Mr. Thompson turned and faced the defendant. The defendant did this as everyday New Yorkers walked nearby, and while the rest of the city woke up to start their day. Mangione then ran away, leaving Mr. Thompson to die. The defendant committed this murder in an attempt to draw public attention to his dislike of certain businesses. But we live in a civilized society governed by the rule of law. We debate, we disagree, we protest. We do not commit murder. No grievance, political belief, or ideological cause can ever justify murder. There can be no celebrity in assassination. Any person who celebrates, encourages, or excuses actions like these is fundamentally wrong. Mangione attempted to send a public message through violence, but the message that emerges today is very different. Violence is not a legitimate instrument to promote any political or social message. And those who resort to violence in an effort to advance their beliefs, will be prosecuted, convicted, and put in jail. Today, the Southern District of New York, together with our law enforcement partners, writes the final chapter of Mangione's federal prosecution. Now, he stands convicted in federal court and faces life in prison. One other point that's important to note. While the defendant pled guilty, our office does not have a plea agreement with him. Instead, he pled open, which means he pled guilty to all pending counts in the indictment. There are no accommodations or concessions, and we are free to seek the maximum penalty under the law. I'd like to thank the dedicated prosecutors of our office's Violent Organizations and Crime Unit, who are beside me, for their remarkable efforts to bring this case. I would also like to thank the NYPD and the FBI, whose tireless and incredibly sophisticated investigative efforts made this conviction possible. Finally, I want to express on behalf of all of us here our deepest sympathy and compassion for the many family members and friends of Brian Thompson. Mr. Thompson's family and many of his friends were in court for the guilty plea today. I know they will have an opportunity to be heard at sentencing. We all stand in awe of their love for their family and for their friend, and their unwavering commitment to seeing justice done in this case. We hope they can take some solace in the fact that from the beginning, we have brought the full force of the federal government to bear in this case. In this prosecution, we have consistently pursued the maximum penalties under the law as necessary and just punishment for these crimes. The result achieved today now allows our office to seek the maximum penalty allowed, life imprisonment, which, as I've conveyed to Mr. Thompson's family, is what we intend to seek. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Tisch.
Good afternoon. Thank you, U.S. Attorney McDonald, and thank you to the prosecutors and the federal law enforcement partners who have worked alongside the New York City Police Department throughout this case. Today, Luigi Mangione pleaded guilty in connection with the murder of Brian Thompson on a Midtown Manhattan sidewalk in December of 2024. This is an important moment of accountability, and my thoughts remain first and foremost with Mr. Thompson's family and everyone who knew and loved him. But I also want to take a few minutes today to recognize the extraordinary police work that brought us here. From the moment that Mr. Thompson was assassinated on the morning of December 4th, the NYPD mobilized an enormous investigative effort. Our detectives combed through thousands of hours of surveillance video, followed up on hundreds of tips, and worked through an extraordinary volume of forensic and digital evidence. They used some of the most sophisticated technology available to law enforcement, and they paired it with the kind of painstaking, old-fashioned detective work that has defined the New York City Police Department for generations, interviewing witnesses, canvassing neighborhoods, retracing the suspects' movements, and pursuing every viable lead. Most importantly, they developed a clear image of the man we were looking for and got that image out to the public and to law enforcement agencies across this country 5 days after the murder. That work paid off in Altoona, Pennsylvania, where an alert member of the public recognized Mangione and local police took him into custody. That was not simply a lucky break. It was the culmination of 5 days of relentless investigative work that gave the public the information it needed to recognize the suspect and gave our law enforcement partners what they needed to act. This case began with the worst kind of violence on our streets. It was answered by the very best of the New York City Police Department. To every member of the NYPD who played a role in this investigation, you should be enormously proud for bringing us to this day. And to those who idolize Luigi Mangione, I say this: violence is not a cause, murder is not a message, and a killer is certainly not a hero. Now I'd like to introduce the FBI's Assistant Director in charge for the New York Field Office, Jim Barnacle.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good day.
My name is James Barnacle. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI New York Field Office. I want to begin by addressing the family, friends, and colleagues of Brian Thompson. We had the chance to sit down with the family this morning, and they are still grieving, and they have been grieving for almost 2 years as Brian was taken away in the most heinous way possible. They lost a son, a brother, a husband, and a father, and a friend to many colleagues and other people. The family deserves closure, the clarity, and the assurance that every step taken throughout our investigation, the New York City Police Department's investigation, the Altoona Police Department's investigation, and the U.S. Attorney's Office prosecution reflected the gravity of the situation and the importance of Brian's life. While today's plea doesn't replace the void he left behind, I hope it offers a glimmer of the closure that the Thompson family and friends deserve. This tragedy shocked the nation and left a deep impact on everyone it touched. Violence driven by hostility toward opportunity and success stands in sharp contrast to the values true Americans hold dear. But rest assured, this FBI and our partners never stopped working to bring this killer to justice. While a plea was entered today, we know the crime has not been erased. Thank you to the FBI's Violent Crime Task Force, our largest partner on that task force, the New York City Police Department, the New York State Police Department. Thank you to the prosecutors and the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, led by Jamie McDonald. Thank you. And I want to thank the officers and detectives of the New York City Police Department, led by Commissioner Tisch, for your agency's unwavering pursuit of truth and accountability. Thank you, Commissioner. I'd also like to thank the Altoona Police Department in Pennsylvania and the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, who helped facilitate the extradition to New York. We're incredibly grateful to our partners, and we wish the Thompson family comfort and strength as the legal process continues. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you all.
You heard there from the U.S. Attorney in New York. You heard from the New York Police Department Commissioner and the Assistant Director of the FBI there in New York as well. Speaking, you heard them talk about how heinous this crime was and not spontaneous, saying we live in a civilized society under the rule of law and there is no cause that justifies that, and they don't want to see any assassinations or murders that are celebrated in the way that some have rallied around Luigi Mangione. They say this today sends a message. We also got some more information about the plea itself. This was not part of a plea deal, the U.S. Attorney's Office saying, so there were no accommodations made. There was nothing like that. This was an open plea that was made without negotiating any sort of agreement with prosecutors. So that is an interesting note there. We also, as the prosecutor said, expect to hear from the family at the sentencing, which we know is scheduled for December 18th. So we're continuing to follow this developing story. We will break this down further as we move through the afternoon. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live this afternoon here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are continuing to track what's happening in New York. We were listening in live to those attorneys and other officials speaking after the plea deal, or not the plea deal, after the plea of Luigi Mangione, very specifically not a plea deal, as we learned from prosecutors speaking there. So we'll talk more about that coming up in just a little bit. But some other big political news here in Central Florida, here in the state of Florida, not just Central Florida, this week, as we now know what the Amendment 3 property tax amendment is going to look like on your ballot this fall. So this is something we've been tracking for a while. Obviously, the push to get rid of property taxes, increasing the homestead exemption here in Florida. And we have also talked about how a judge ordered that the Attorney General had to rewrite that language because the initial language that was going to appear on the ballot was deemed to be too political, too misleading. And so that has now been rewritten. We are now seeing that language, and joining us live to talk about all of this, we are pleased to be joined by UCF political science lecturer John Hanley, joining us live now. John, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Good afternoon, Garrett.
So first, I just want to get your reaction. It is much more straightforward now. I can show you. Give me 1 second here, and I'll pull up the language itself because it is a pretty stark change from what we saw originally to what we see now. Give me your thoughts.
Right. So originally, the language was, or the title was something like "Save Our Homes." Now it's it says increased homestead exemption, and so it's more precise. It's more careful. It doesn't engage in broad claims or about what this is doing, and so that might lead people to be a bit more careful about voting for it.
And we are showing, I know this is a lot of text for the screen for everyone who is watching right now, but if you look on the left, that is the original language. And then on the right, you're seeing some of the language that is, kind of much more matter of fact. What were some of the things that were kind of taken issue with that first amendment, the language of that first ballot language?
Well, it seems that the claims were very expansive. Might have talked about, getting rid of property taxes, or you have it labeled as excessive, which is very subjective. And, when you have a ballot proposition like that, it's important, not just in Florida, but in other places, that it be presented neutrally, because a lot of voters are not going to be digging into the text of the legislation itself.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I am curious what it can be hard to be a fully informed voter when you go to vote on things in November. There's often a lot of races and other amendments and things on the ballot, and so people may have some questions about things, and so how much does that, what you see in front of you in that wording, play when it comes to someone making a decision on what they see?
I think it's a factor. It might be a factor if someone's undecided going into the ballot booth or filling it out in a vote by mail situation. I think another thing that's very important is the position of groups and elected office holders in relation to this. You saw that last year, or I guess 2 years ago, with the marijuana and abortion propositions. The state state leadership, the governor, and so forth, took a pretty strong line against it. Here on Amendment 3, we've seen a lot of law enforcement coming out against this and saying that it will impact public safety. So, the question is whether it's going to remain just, the statements of those officials, the sheriffs and so forth, or whether there will be a lot of money that's spent in order to combat this.
I want to get your take on how we've seen Governor DeSantis kind of, I don't want to say necessarily change how he has been talking about this, but we have definitely seen the enthusiasm coming from him diminish a lot, because this was something that he really sparked the discussion and really pushed for and gave his own proposal. And then once the legislature kind of came out and ended up passing what they passed, we have heard very little from him. He has not been going out and supporting this very vocally, like he has made very vocal pushes for previous amendments, whether for or against. He's been pretty quiet on this one. What do you make of that?
It is a bit of a mystery. The proposal was watered down in the state legislature. So, he could have wanted more and won't see this as a big win. However, if it were to pass, then even if it's watered down, the governor would be able to point to, a concrete change that he made. It's possible that, there was a bit of posturing that's going on, and he's now taking this off ramp for something that he doesn't want to be associated with going forward.
Well, and the skeptic in me also has to wonder if he worries about its chances of passage, and whether that whether saying this is different than what I proposed gives him another kind of convenient off-ramp to be able to say, well, this isn't what I proposed. I'm not going to go out there and vocally support it, so that if it doesn't pass, it's not necessarily a loss on his record.
It's a possibility, although I think, that leads to the question of, well, did it fail because you didn't say something about it? Maybe the governor is trying to say that he has a lot of political influence, and that he was ignored here, and so it failed. But that's a big question. We'll have to see how it actually does it at the ballot in November.
It's going to be interesting to watch. Like you said, it has been interesting to see a number of law enforcement officials, including those who have supported the governor in so many different ways and on so many different issues, but really creating some separation and talking as well just about their concerns with this. So it's going to be interesting, I think, to see how this plays out.
Sure, and it has to get to 60%.
Yep.
And that's a fairly high threshold for passage. Law enforcement are a very well respected institution for so many of the notable law enforcement leaders in the state, like Grady Judd, to be saying that this is misguided, suggests that it might not make the 60%.
All right. Well, John Hanley, UCF political science lecturer, we always appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on this busy Friday here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right. We are clear.
Right. Have a good weekend.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we are in a Storm Team alert day today.
Yes, so the weather data a little bit later this morning changed a little bit, where our thunderstorm threat has gone up and our heat has also gone up. So the two elements leading to this Fox 35 Storm Team alert have reached a threshold where we feel the need to let you know. There's a lot of things going on this afternoon. There's afternoon sports, there's Friday night football, and we could have thunderstorms that impact the play, possibly delaying games with a lightning and rain threat, but also the heat advisory going until 8 p.m. The feels-like temperatures today on a widespread level are reaching at least 110 degrees, and that is dangerous heat, especially for students in uniform, whether you're in the band or on the football team, on the squad. So let's get right to it. Right now, it's already almost 90 degrees in Brevard County, which means inland, we're already at or beyond that point. So heat advisories today, once again, and those are issued when the heat index, when you combine the temperature dew point, reach at least 108 degrees. Again, we're going to be between 110 and about 114 around our region today. Heat is a really big danger, and it can sneak up on you fast. Heat exhaustion and heat stroke. If you suspect somebody has heat stroke, that is a medical emergency. That's when you got to call 911. If they have all the signs of heat stroke, don't mess around with that. So heat is one of the biggest weather killers, unfortunately, in our nation and around the world. A few severe storms are possible today with an isolated severe storm. We're going to have scattered storms around. One or two of those could produce damaging wind gusts in excess of 60 miles an hour, as well as frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Lower rain chances, though, come our way this week, and so we're actually going to really dry things up, and with this heat only increasing in its intensity, that will effectively bake out a lot of the soil moisture and make things really dry around here if it doesn't rain where you are. Well, we're not alone. The heat advisories extend all the way west to Oklahoma and Kansas, with extreme heat warnings and a hot pink for parts of the Midwest as well as parts of Florida, including Tallahassee, and for coastal Georgia and South Carolina, where the heat index, the feels like temp, could exceed 115 degrees. That's very dangerous heat. So just about the whole state, except for the Keys, is under this heat advisory. It'll be 96 in Orlando today, 98 in Leesburg, 98 in DeLand, 95 in Titusville. When you factor in the humidity, it will feel like it's 110 in Orlando, 111 in the Villages, and 114 in Ocala. We can't recall this summer seeing a forecast heat index map for our region this hot over such a widespread period. So that was one of the contributing forces to say, you know what, we got to issue an alert. The kids are back in school. Sports are back in action. There's a lot of people who are going to be exposed to this heat during the heat of the day. And I'm not just talking football. We've also got cross-country practice and a lot of students that are going to be out and about in the elements. Now, as far as the rain chances go, they'll be isolated in nature early on by 3 o'clock. But as we head toward commute time between about 4 and 5, remember it's Friday, so sometimes people commute a little bit earlier, getting out of the office early, we could see some strong to severe storms. Whenever you see those black colorations on the future radar, that indicates the possibility of hail and damaging wind gusts. We're going to have a lot of energy feeding into these thunderstorms this afternoon. And if we can get the trigger point, albeit a weak sea breeze or a little bit of upper level energy, if we get storms firing, they could go big very quickly, where it goes from a shower to a severe storm inside of 20 or 30 minutes. Now, the storms are going to likely line up and down I-4 from Daytona to Deltona over to Lakeland through the evening, so 6 o'clock. And then as we go towards 7 or 8, they'll likely propagate southwest toward Tampa Bay. So things will quiet down here around Orlando by 8 or 9, and it'll still be raining in spots in the Tampa Bay region through 10 o'clock. By the way, this weekend, our rain chances are only 20%, but look what happens to the temperatures. They'll actually go up from 96 to 97 degrees. So it's all thanks to high pressure, a big upper level ridge of high pressure that's going to migrate west toward Texas early next week, but then come right on back to Florida for the end of next week. That means building heat and a continuation of the lower rain chances, because high pressure often squishes storms before they can form. Now, in the tropics, we were talking about the Saharan dust as well as the wind shear, two factors which are things to slow down development of systems. And while this westernmost wave, which is currently circled in yellow, a tropical wave, yesterday had an 80% chance, a likely chance, according to the National Hurricane Center, to become a tropical depression. Indeed, the dust, as well as the wind shear, has kept this thing weak. And so now it's not expected to become a depression at all. As it heads farther west, it's actually also at a very low latitude. It's at just 10 degrees north. And once you're at that low of a latitude close to the equator, there's very little spin opportunity. These systems need a little bit of a higher latitude to spin with what's called the Coriolis effect. It's the turn of the earth that makes the clouds turn. But bottom line is that, like the ABC Islands, Carrico, down through areas in the southern Windward Islands, see very few, if any, hurricanes because of that reason primarily. There's another wave to the east which has about a 50-50 shot at developing, but this one also faces that wall of wind shear as well as lots of Saharan dust and has a low chance of developing in the grand scheme of things. We may see those chances dissipating just like we did with that earlier disturbance. So today's a Fox 35 Storm Team Alert Day for the storms and for the heat. Just keep that in mind for this afternoon. It's not going to be a hugely widespread event, but where those storms happen, they could have some punch to them, and the lightning will be a significant threat. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 20% chance of rain and up to a 40% chance Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, Garrett, when it's this hot, people really need to listen to their instincts. There's the old phrase, when you hear it roar, head indoors. If you're close enough to hear the thunder and it seems like it's got percussion to it and anger, that means lightning could strike where you are, and it's really not a good time to mess around with it. We've had repeated incidents over the last several years of people being hit and killed by lightning in Central Florida, and we don't want to see it happen again. So just be very careful with it if you can. Avoid being outside if you hear storms rumbling in your vicinity.
Yeah, Mother Nature is certainly powerful. Now, talk to me about what's going on with Hawaii, because they could see a rare hurricane landfall.
Yes. Hawaii rarely sees hurricanes. In fact, the first one on record was in modern history was back in 1992 with Hurricane Aniki, and that was one that hit during the filming of Jurassic Park, if you remember that. So that was kind of rare. We've had several since then, but this next one coming their way could impact Hawaii, Garrett. Right now it's a tropical storm. There are hurricane warnings for the Big Island. The Big Island is the one farthest to the south and to the east, and they may see hurricane force winds between 75 and 80 miles per hour if it holds together and if it comes close enough to the island brushing by. But at the minimum, they're going to be watching out for flooding rain, because already the grounds there in Hawaii have been saturated with rain with the Kona flow, and it's a flow that creates upslope and can really cause big problems. So that's going to be one of the biggest threats of having this in the vicinity. But a lot of locals there are just keeping an eye on it, and because hurricanes there are extremely rare, and when they hit, they often don't have the same punch as they would in the lower 48, just because of the dynamics of the Pacific. Because it's an El Nino year and because the ocean waters of the Pacific are so hot, there's a lot more energy to work with this season than in previous seasons.
Interesting. Well, we will continue to watch that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
Give you a live look right now, downtown Orlando on this Friday, just a few hours from the weekend. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've got more ahead after the break.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us live on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Can you believe it is football season? We are already seeing week 0 high school football games, NFL preseason games, and we are just a couple of weeks away from the start of college football season. So it's an exciting time ahead. And we had the chance to speak with Tim Walters. He's the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, to really talk with us about some of the top Florida football storylines. I want to play for you his conversation with Fox 35's Johnny Jackson just a few minutes ago.
Tim, it's week 0. We can smell football coming back. I mean, what's it like for you to really feel like football season's here?
Well, I mean, even while we're doing this interview right here, we already had our first regular season games last night. The smaller league, the Sunshine State Athletic Association, the SSAA, had their week 1 games. They try and wrap things up by Thanksgiving. I love that sometimes. Makes it a little bit easier for us. The FHSAA, they have their preseason games this week called week 0, and then week 1 officially for them starts next week. But even here where I'm located in Brevard County, we had a big matchup last night where Satellite Beach hosted Space Coast Junior Senior High. Space Coast is in their 3rd year with the SSAA. They won a state title in their first year in 2024. Last year, they fell in the state semifinals. And, Satellite fell the week before. So Satellite actually wins last night. These are 2 teams that if they were still in the FHSAA, they would probably be getting beat by the Cocos and Melbournes of the world by 40 and 50 points. But now they found a place where they can compete. And I think it's a good thing in our society of transfer portal craziness, and you see the teams around the state who are the most talented, and that brings us to what the FHSAA is doing this year. So they've sort of reduced classes, right? So they've gone to 1 through 6A, which is what it was many years ago, but now they have this open division, and that's for the top 8 teams, state ranked according to Max Prep's rankings. But they're going to take those top teams in the state, and they're going to have, kind of like the ultimate playoff at the end of the year. And, teams expected to be there, of course, are St. Thomas Aquinas down in Fort Lauderdale, Chaminade Madonna, in Southwest Florida, the Miami teams, Miami Central, American Heritage, Lakeland, teams like that. So, it's going to be exciting to see this come down. But then you've got your local teams, in the Orlando area. Boone's expected to be a contender in 6A, which is the biggest classification. And then over here in the Space Coast on Brevard, you've got a team like O'Galley that's really put together this talent base. I think they're set to overtake Cocoa as the class of Brevard County. So it's going to be fun watching all of this come together. Again, the Jamborees tonight, and then week 1 for FHSAA gets going next week. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
How big of a deal is it for these kids to really, how big is that open playoff division? How much of a big deal is that?
Well, I mean, if you're the SEC, the Big 10, the Big 12, there's going to be lots of scouts in the stands. I mean, a lot of these guys are already, 3, 4, 5-star recruits. They know where they're going. But there are some players who are on the fence. There are some guys who are looking to up that status who maybe haven't made their decisions yet. So this is a big deal for them. And then being able to say, especially this year, we are the first open division champ. This isn't a 6A or a 7A or even back when there were 8A. We are the best of the very best. So whoever wins it this year, it's always going to be that little bit extra special. And 20 years down the road, when they're telling their kids or their grandkids, yep, we were the first ones. We weren't the best. We were the best of the best. So that's a pretty cool thing to be able to say.
And I know it's probably impossible to pick just one, but if you had to give our viewers one Florida high schooler to watch this season, who would it be?
Oh boy, that's a tough one. I mean, there's so many great players. Unfortunately, I don't think I could name one off the top of my head. Gosh, you probably look at St. Thomas Aquinas because they've got some great ones. Heck, they've got and I'm sorry, his name is escaping me, but he plays over for Cardinal Mooney, and I think he's going to Notre Dame next year. So, they've got some great players. So I think that anyone on the open division teams could be your players to watch. So just look at those rosters and you'll find the right players.
And when we get into college football, what's the college football landscape here in Florida?
Well, I mean, Miami's going to be the class of the state again. I think that's unquestionable. For the third year in a row, they get a high-profile transfer quarterback. They get Darian Mensah coming in, and he, of course, was the Duke quarterback. They won the ACC last year at Duke, and so they're replacing, of course, Carson Beck with him, and before that it was Cam Ward, your Heisman Trophy winner. So, between that, they have Mark Fletcher coming back at running back. So, I think that's, obviously he's going to be maybe the top running back taken in the NFL next year. Malachi Toney, of course, at wide receiver. He's the guy everybody's looking at. Now, their defense, couple of question marks. You lose two starters to the NFL, first-round picks in Ruben Bain and Akeem Messidor, but you've got Ahmad Moten. He's the anchor of that defense. So I think Miami will be the class of the state. Florida and Florida State, both of them, hey, I'm a Gator alumnus. I don't like saying that, you'd like to see 7 wins kind of as a floor, 9 as a ceiling this year. They're picked to finish 9th in the SEC. It's going to be a struggle. You're rebuilding on offense. You've got a new head coach in John Sumrall. But hey, you got some things to be really happy about. Jaden Baugh is going to be the centerpiece of that offense. Thank you, Mr. Baugh, for staying in Gainesville. We all appreciate you. The quarterback situation's a little bit more fluid there. Aaron Philo transferring in with his offensive coordinator from Georgia Tech. Don't know what to expect there. I think he's going to win the battle with Tramel Jones Jr., our Jacksonville guy from Mandarin. So it's really hard to tell with Florida. I do like their defense, though, so don't sleep on those guys. I mean, you've got guys coming back like Miles Graham, the son of Ernest Graham. He's a really good defender. L.J. McCray, I think you're going to see him get a lot of sacks, looking for Bryce Thornton to grab some picks this year. So I'm excited about this Gators team, but you can't expect too much with a new head coach, new quarterback. So, maybe in 2 years we'll get there. But then there's Florida State. The question with them is always, will Mike Norvell survive this year? Well, he's still on that 8-year contract through 2031 at $11 million a year. So it's just going to be hard to fire that guy. We'll see what happens. They've got the quarterback transferring in who had played at Auburn and Stanford in Ashton Daniels. He's a redshirt senior. So, but I think they have some exciting skill players. Deuce Robinson, obviously, someone a lot of people are going to look at. This year, you're going to listen for this name, Javon Boggs from here on the Space Coast. Cocoa High, 2020, was it 3 or 2024, Mr. Football. He won 3 state titles at Cocoa. He had a record over 300 yards in his final state championship game as a receiver. So just they're gonna be pretty exciting on offense if their quarterback can get the ball to those two and other guys. Their defense is a little bit rebuilding. They're looking to a sophomore named Mandrell Desir to be kind of their lead guy. So, Florida State, again, people are saying they'll win between 6 to 8 games, so they're in that same limbo with Florida. Heck, it may come down to Florida State at the end of the year. They may both have the same win total, and that could break the tie. I hope not, because I don't need that type of stress in my life, especially around Thanksgiving. But, it's going to be a rebuilding year for Florida and a show-me year for Florida State.
Tim, you're a Gator. I'm a Knight. Put the crystal ball out there. Is this the year UCF finally makes it to 500?
I'd like to tell you yes. There's so many things. You've had so many guys leave UCF. You've got way too many question marks again with them on offense and defense. Your coaching staff is now going into its second year trying to find some of that glory of now 8 or 10 years ago. Will they find it? I can't answer that. But, we do a great job. I haven't mentioned, of course, we cover the Gators at Gainesville.com, a USA Today company paper. We have the Tallahassee Democrat for Florida State. A lot of people don't know. We cover UCF at the Daytona Beach News Journal, which is news-journalonline.com. Chris Boyle does a wonderful job covering them. So if you want to read about everything going on there, the USA Today company does staff UCF, and they're covering those battles. So I haven't followed them probably as closely as you have. But, the one thing I don't want is a repeat next time Florida plays UCF or the Gators losing to you guys. So let's stop that from happening. I don't want to see you in a bowl either, by the way.
I follow UCF begrudgingly this past couple of seasons. Speaking of the USA Today network, they projected the Miami Dolphins at 1-16 this season. How rough is it going to be in Miami?
It's going to be rough, and I tell you what, if they don't get this opening week win against the Raiders, because the Dolphins are looking at the Raiders going, that's a win for us. But you know what? The Raiders are looking at the Dolphins going, that's a win for us. So, that's going to be a rough opener. And then they've got kind of a murderer's row, and then they see the Jets in, I think it's week 5 or 6. So they're going to have to hope that, they can get the Raiders, they can get the Jets. I think the betting line for them was 4.5 wins. I would take the under on that personally. I don't know where Vegas came up with that, but I do keep track of such things. But you've got a new head coach, first-time head coach in Jeff Hafley. You've got John Eric Sullivan trying to see if what he learned in Green Bay, which has been a great franchise for decades, if they can bring that to Miami. This ain't the year to do it. They're still in salary cap hell thanks to what Tua Tagovailoa did to them. You've got Devon Achane. He's going to be the centerpiece of your offense. Please don't kill that guy. He's my fantasy running back. I want to see him make it through the season. But he really is kind of the best thing they have going. Malik Willis, the unknown there. He started so few games. He's had flashes of greatness. He's had flashes of awful. So we don't really know what to get from that. Their receiver core, Malik Washington will probably be their number 1. He's a good receiver, but a number 1. Their number 2, Jalen Tolbert. I challenge you to tell me where he went to college. So I will share at South Alabama. He came over from the Cowboys. And then they have a rookie who's been looking pretty good, Caleb Douglas. He started his career at Florida, played 2 years there. A lot of people may not remember him. He had a lot more success with Texas Tech, and they drafted him. He's had a really good camp. But, do you like your Willis to Washington or Willis to Douglas or Willis to Tolbert? It's just not the thing that I think you're going to be hearing as much as Dolphins fans would like. Their defense, aside from Chop Robinson, if you look at that depth chart, the average fan is going to be befuddled at who they're looking at on that depth chart. And then, I'll just mention their offensive linemen. They got a guy named Patrick Paul. I know OLs don't often get their flowers, but watch out for him because that guy, he's a wall. If anybody's going to protect Malik Willis, good old Patrick Paul will be there. So that is, it's going to be a tough year for Dolphins fans. You may want to close your eyes, wake up in January, and then hope that 2027 is much better.
Oh, man. And then how about moving up a little bit into Tampa Bay? We're seeing, some guys want out. Baker potentially looking for his swan song in Tampa Bay. What can you tell me about the Bucs?
Yeah, he's in his final year of a 3-year, $100 million contract. Says he feels disrespected. He wants larger money than that. If I'm the Buccaneers, look, Is he? I did a quarterback ranking for the Times-Union in Jacksonville. I know Jaguars obviously better than anyone that you're going to find around, but I do know my Buccaneers pretty well, and I did my quarterback rankings, and I had Baker at 16. Now, here's the thing. With Mike Willis gone, will he be exposed? What can he do? You've still got Chris Godwin, Emeka Egbuka. He's been, really great early in his career, but it was really Mike Willis that was, I'm sorry, it was always Mike. I'm sorry, my brain just skipped on me. Mike Evans that has really propped him up. And then when Mike Evans had an injury-plagued year last year, Baker didn't look as good as his first couple of seasons, or even early last season where he had a couple of big comeback wins. So if I'm the Bucs, I may try and hold on to him this year and maybe tag him next year at 45 or 50 million. If he'd agree to a 3-year, I think he probably wants something longer than that. Do I think he deserves that 55 million category that Stafford and Burrow and Lawrence get? Dak Prescott's at 60 million a year. I'm not sure if he's quite in that territory. If you could get him for 3 years at about 45, maybe they go up to 50. I'd want him on another maybe 3-year deal. But, that's going to be a tough ask there because he does throw a lot of interceptions. His main guy is now in San Francisco, and we don't really know what we're going to get with Baker. So, their defense is rebuilding a little bit too. You lost a longtime stalwart in Jamel Dean, who's actually having a great camp. Another Coco High guy having a great camp with the Steelers. We saw him in last night's game. And then, it's going to be fun to see how good is Ruben Bain going to be in the NFL. They brought in Alex Anzalone, who's a real dog on defense. So I think their defense will be pretty good. But this is, they're at 8.5 wins is their projection. So talk about a middle of the road team. You're in a bad division. You should really be able to win that. But New Orleans is on the up. Atlanta, I don't know what they're doing there. And the Panthers, that they should be pretty good. But the Buccaneers, they need to win this division. I think the Bucs should hold tight. If he wins the division, then give him his contract in the offseason. But I don't know if there's any reason to jump at it now. He can say he's being disrespected, but he's got to play this year. So, Baker, just do it and show him you're worth the money.
Awesome. And then, what can we expect Trevor Lawrence to show us up in Jacksonville this season?
Yeah, a lot of people thought I was crazy. I had him at number 9 on my quarterback list. I really think you've seen the improvement year over year over year. Last year, he threw for 29 touchdowns, ran for 9. He was in the MVP debate. His second half of the season was fantastic once he got Liam Cohen's system down. This year, I really do believe, there's a question. Will this be your Jaguars who have made it to the playoffs 3 times in 20 years and then didn't follow up the following year? Or will this finally be the team that can sustain being a good team? I think they can, just because when you look, I think Liam Cohen is a really good head coach. I also think that when you look at what Trevor Lawrence has to work with, they have such an embarrassment of riches at wide receiver that Travis Hunter has spent the majority of his camp playing defense. He's played both sides, but they don't really need him at wide receiver. You've got Parker Washington, who broke out last year, and he's looked great in camp. You've got Brian Thomas Jr., their first-round pick, who struggled first half of last year, really came on second half. They traded for Jacoby Myers, and that's the reason Thomas was better, because he was no longer the focal point, because Jacoby Myers took some of that pressure off. They got 2 really good rookies in C.J. Williams, Josh Cameron. I think you're going to see a lot of them tomorrow night against New Orleans because they're sitting the starters. And then, they've drafted a quarterback in Nate Borkircher, but I really like their starting tight end, Brenton Strange. I think he's a fantasy sleeper, as is their running back. They've got a good 2-man tandem going on right now. They brought in Chris Rodriguez from Washington, but I like this Bashal Tutin, second-year guy. He's like a speedy bowling ball in the middle there. I think he's going to give them a lot of options playing there. So they've got a good offense. Their defense, they're secondary. That's why you're seeing Travis Hunter play a lot more there. So that's going to be a little bit of their question mark, but their defensive ends, Trayvon Walker, Josh Hines-Allen, I think they're going to be good at pressuring the quarterback. I think this team should win the AFC South again. I think that this, I don't know if they can sustain it like they did in the late 90s where they went 4 or 5 years in a row, but I do think that this is actually going to be a really good team, and I think Trevor Lawrence will continue to ascend.
All right, Tim, and if people want to see more analysis of the football season or want to hear more about the Jags, where can they go?
Yeah, please come to Jacksonville.com, the home of the Florida Times-Union. That's where myself, Justin Lewis, Demetrius Harvey, Ryan O'Halloran, Gary Smits, Clayton Freeman, we got a whole team of people covering your Jaguars. So come on, people, jump on the bandwagon, especially in the Orlando area where you're going to get at least 6 home games next year, right, in Orlando, because this year they have limited capacity. They're just going to be over 40,000 as they're renovating part of the stadium. They got 2 home games in London, 9 road games. Next year is a 9 home game year. They could have up to 3 games in London, but they're going to play at least 6 in Orlando, maybe more. So stay tuned. So Orlando fans, you're going to have the Jags there. Start watching them now and be ready for next. Let's expand that fan base because, come on, we know the Dolphins, we know the Buccaneers, they kind of own the state. Let's let a little teal and black down there into Central Florida. Come on now.
Awesome. Tim Walters, sports editor of the Florida Times-Union in Florida Today. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
All right, so we're here for our Community Crossroads segment with UNation, looking at the best ways to spend your weekend in Central Florida. First off, we've got a little tennis event in Orlando. Ashley, take it away.
Sculpt and Serve is happening in the heart of Lake Nona. It's literally at the USTA National Campus, right off of Narcoossee Road in Lake Nona, and it's partnered with Jet Set Pilates. And what it is truly a sculpt and a serve. So it's a 45-minute Pilates class sponsored by Jet Set Pilates in Lake Nona, followed by a 1-hour coaching tennis lesson over at the United States Tennis Association National Campus. And guys, this campus is also beautiful, and it's absolutely gorgeous, and it's really a great summer activity to get out there. It starts at 8 o'clock. It's from 8 to 10 this upcoming Saturday. So registration begins at 9:45. They're going to start the Pilates class at 8:30. So there's definitely some wiggle room time to get there, get set up, get all stretched. The event is $25 per ticket, and you can get your tickets on UNation today, actually. And you're also going to get a free Jet Set goodie bag when you show up and a chance to win even more prizes. If you do plan on go, definitely bring tennis shoes for the tennis court, athletic clothing that you're comfortable moving around in, and be prepared for that Florida summer heat. Bring your sunscreen, a hat, maybe some sunglasses, and definitely a reusable water bottle because it's going to get hot and you're going to need to stay hydrated. This event is for any fitness level, beginner, intermediate, expert. Just come, have some fun. If you don't know how to play tennis, that's okay. I don't know how to play tennis, and I had a really great time just trying to learn. And the coaches there are phenomenal. And Pilates is also made for any level as well. If you're entry, intermediate, whatever it is, they can accommodate your status.
Sarah, are you any good at tennis? I'm not.
You know, I thought going into it that I was going to be good, but I was slightly humbled when I went on the other types of courts that I didn't even know existed. They have a clay court, and I was sliding around on it. It was also super hot, but I think pickleball is more of my vibe than tennis.
I fully agree. Also my vibe, the Collective Corner pop-up market.
Yes, they're doing a special retro rewind market series happening right now. Collective Corner is super popular in Orlando. They always have different markets that are themed every single weekend. Tomorrow, Saturday, from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., you can check out this market. It's a free market at Avalon Park, right in the heart of Avalon Park. Of course, since it is retro rewind, they will have different retro gifts. They're going to have family-friendly activities to do. You can shop small and support those local businesses you might not find anywhere else. They're going to have rotating vendors at every single event. So whenever you go to a different Collective Corner market, there's always going to be something new for you to do. They also will have music and food. They have some great restaurants in Avalon Park. We love the Avalon Park Marketplace. There's a great food hall, so you can grab a seat inside in the air conditioning, and everyone can grab something different to eat if everyone likes something different for dinner. There's also some great restaurants. If you love Peruvian, there's Chabuca, which is brand new. We heard it's phenomenal and amazing. Just a heads up, Avalon Park is a little crowded when you go to these events, so just be prepared to park pretty far and walk. It is outside. It'll be pretty hot also, so bring a chair or a blanket to sit in, and just be prepared to go a little bit earlier than 4 p.m. if you can, if possible, to get a good parking spot.
Parking is not great. What are some of your tips for parking, especially when there's going to be so many shops around?
So usually I'm an early gal. Like if I'm not 30 minutes early, then I'm late. So I like to go early and get a spot and not stress and kind of take my time. And I prefer to park behind the marketplace. There's this bigger parking lot, or you can park down the street. There is a Publix. It is kind of a few blocks walk, but if you don't mind getting your steps in and walking and enjoying the weather, it is going to be super hot and muggy though, just a heads up. The Publix is also a great place to park. It's a little hidden gem.
As a Central Orlando girly, might I also recommend rideshare apps? Lyft, Uber, especially if you're thinking about drinking and partaking in any of those kind of activities, definitely look into rideshare apps. Just safety of yourself, safety for others, and you don't have to worry about parking. Sometimes when you do have to park, sometimes you have to pay, and it ends up being the exact same amount as if you just did a rideshare app anyway.
Now, another thing, if you're looking for something to do a little earlier in the day, I'm seeing we have a beer festival.
So similar mindset of what I just said, but Hourglass Brewing Company is celebrating their 14th anniversary in Longwood, Florida this weekend. So on Saturday, they have their Against All Odds Beer Fest, where they're going to have over 60 craft brews for you to taste. They're also going to have commemorative teas, and I've taken a peek. They're really cute. A ton of local cuisine and food trucks. So it's going to be the ultimate craft beer party right here in Central Florida. The event is Saturday from 1 to 4 p.m. It is 21 plus because it is a beer event, but there is free parking for those DDing, and the doors open at 12:45. One thing that I love about this event is that it's really a celebration of the community here in Central Florida, because not only is it happening at Hourglass Brewing, but we have other local breweries popping up and celebrating too, like Tactical Brewing is going to be there, Ivanhoe's going to be there, Cybrid's going to be there, Deviant Wolf's going to be there. A ton of local names are showing up and celebrating in this community, and I just think that's absolutely incredible.
And for people who, love these kind of little craft spots, I mean, how big of a deal is it that, you don't have to necessarily traipse around Orlando? They're all coming to you.
They're all coming to you. I still can get over 60 beers. That's so many, actually. And it's that all the communities coming together, and 14 years in Longwood is such a great win for local businesses and local small business community here in Orlando. So that's also definitely needs to be celebrated.
And we're also looking at local spotlights. This week has a theme of unique museums in Central Florida. What kind of stuff do we have over here?
Okay, there are a lot of unique museums that you might not even know exist in Orlando. Some of these we had never even heard of, and we just stumbled upon them by driving down the road. Starting with the first one, we have a Museum of Military History in Kissimmee. This is off of Earlo Bronson Memorial Highway, so think near the big touristy gift shop area and all the hotels and resorts, kind of on the Kissimmee end rather than the Disney end. It is only $15 per person to go in and do a self-guided tour. It was founded by a group of Vietnam veterans, and it was created to preserve the history and the military history. They're going to have artifacts, they have vehicles and uniforms to view. So if you love learning about history, learning about the military, or maybe you are a veteran, this is a great place to go. It's never crowded, it's super chill, and it's family friendly, so you can bring the kids. And if you do love a quiet museum vibe, this is the spot. We also have another unique one too in Claremont. If you've ever heard of the President's Hall of Fame, that is a Claremont staple. It's been there for a very long time, at least since the 70s. You can pay $15 per person to get into it. But included with the ticket is a 1-year ticket that comes back. You can come back again and again. So they don't have an annual pass, but when you do buy that one general admission ticket, if you want to visit one time, you can come back all year for free. So if you love learning about history, or maybe you don't have a lot of time and you do want to come back in the future, you can go back again and again. They have wax presidential figures, so you can see all of the presidents in wax form. You can take photos in their Oval Office, which they have a replica, which was super cool to see. And they have a giant White House replica, which is like basically a giant dollhouse that is completely furnished on the inside. Me and Brittany love seeing this. It used to travel all around the world as far as Japan back in the 1970s. So they have some really cool historic artifacts that you won't find anywhere else. Some of them are even from the White House themselves, from the 18 and 1900s, things that you can't see at any other museum.
That's cool. And we also have the Orlando Science Center.
I love the Orlando Science Center so much. It's right here in Central Orlando, Winter Park and Lock Haven Park to be specific. And my pro tip is that if you're planning to go, get your tickets online, because they are cheaper online than they are in person on site. And a couple other really fun facts is that if you have any children under 2, they get free admission all year round. If you're going to bring kids, this is a very family-friendly space, very family-centered, which is absolutely amazing for those families. And if you have kids under 7, their favorite exhibit, I'm telling you right now, is going to be their Kids Town. It's a huge interactive play exhibit, and again, major exhibit for these little ones. If you do go, definitely do Kids Town either right when it opens and you get there, or wait and do it at the very end of your day after 3:30 p.m. because those are the 2 slowest times. Because like I said, Kids Town is popular with the kiddos. But if you're an adult and you still want to go to the Science Center and maybe you want to go without the kids, the Science Center also has a ton of adult-only events that happen throughout the year. actually upcoming. They have their Science Night Live, which is actually next weekend. So mark your calendars for Saturday's August 22nd, because they have a Saturday evening event from 8 a.m.
A lot of things going on this weekend. I got to get you live, though, to Joint Base Andrews. President Trump speaking before he gets on the plane to head to New York.
Prescription drug prices record sharpest drop in more than 60 years. Okay, got it? Everybody have it? And I told you that was going to happen. The second headline is this. Okay, Trump administration marks 15 straight months with zero border releases as apprehensions plunge 94%. In other words, the border. And that means for 15 straight months we've had zero people crossing the border. Are you impressed? Is anybody impressed? You are. Thank you. I'll give you the first question, therefore. Go ahead. Go ahead. Anybody? I have a lot of things that are happening, a lot of good things. The economy is doing unbelievably from the standpoint of Wall Street. We just set another record, as you know. It's 80 times where we're the best market in history. And that's good for 401ks, and it's good for a lot of things, but it's great for 401ks and jobs. I always say it's great for 401ks and jobs. So we hit number 80 record. So 80 days out of a short 1.5 years, we have a record stock market. 401ks have set a new record, and you take a look at the border, 15 months, zero people coming through our southern border. Pretty amazing. And drug prices again. Prescription drug prices down more than at any time over 60 years. Okay, what else do I have to say? Oh no, that ship is moving. No, they're not. That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship. No. Not nearly long enough. Thank you, everybody.
President Trump answering a couple of questions there to reporters gathered on the tarmac at Joint Base Andrews. He is now climbing up the steps of Air Force One, going to be traveling to New York, where he is scheduled to speak a little bit later this afternoon. And that event is scheduled for 3 o'clock. We will hopefully have that for you in the 3 o'clock hour right here on Fox Local. Going to be speaking at the Nassau County Police Academy Center for Training and Intelligence in Garden City, New York. So there is that feed has gone down, but we are continuing to watch as we wait for Air Force One to take off and carry the president to New York. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer gave his State of the City address today, talking about some issues facing the cities, talking about the status, how things are going right now in the city of Orlando as his final term as mayor continues. One of the things he talked about is the challenge that could be posed by, depending on what happens with the property tax amendment on your ballot this fall. I want to play for you some of what we heard from Mayor Dyer at that speech that he delivered earlier today at the Plaza Live.
Thank you, Camara, for that inspiring poem. Let's give our poet laureate another hand. Good morning and welcome to the Plaza Live. It's wonderful to see a room full of residents and community leaders and partners. Thank you all for joining us. We use this event to recognize accomplishments and share plans for the future and detail investments the City of Orlando is making. And that last part is especially important. You should know what your local government is doing, what services are being provided, and how your tax dollars are being spent. But just as importantly, you should know who is providing those services, because those vital services you depend on aren't simply the responsibility of the mayor or your city commissioner. They're delivered by 3,500 public servants, from first responders like Corporal Justiniano, who beautifully sang the national anthem, to tree trimmers and street sweeping crews. They ensure that local government works for you. And more than federal or state level employees, these are public service professionals who have the greatest impact in your life every single day. In good times and during difficult times, they serve with great dedication. They are the unsung heroes who keep Orlando moving forward. So today, we're going to focus on our City of Orlando team. So, as a local government, our top priority is always public safety. And that starts with the men and women of the Orlando Police Department. They've made the noble choice to join a profession that is critical to the well-being of our community. OPD officers look after every single person in Orlando with courage, determination, and compassion. They often get feedback from residents by asking a simple question: what can I do to make a difference in your neighborhood? By listening, they build trust so that residents can contribute to our public safety efforts, including nearly 300 neighborhood watch groups. Our officers take great pride when they see children playing outside, or seniors sitting on their porches, neighbors connecting during events, because these are signs that neighborhoods are safe. As a city, we invest in the tools, technology, and training to help officers better serve and protect. This includes OPD's Crime Center, staffed 24/7 to provide real-time data and information to stop crime before it happens and speed up investigations when it does. Recently, the department launched a drone first responder program that gets eyes on a scene before an officer even arrives, allowing them to plan for what they'll encounter. Dispatched from the Crime Center, the drones increase officer safety by identifying potentially dangerous situations without putting them at risk. A great example of how this works occurred when a resident called 911 about a couple having a physical alteration at an intersection. Domestic violence incidents like this are among the most dangerous calls that an officer can respond to because they often are unpredictable, they're tense, and they're emotionally charged. Officers and a drone were sent to the scene, with the drone arriving first. As the officers drove there, they received updates on insights gathered from the drone. This helped them to safely bring the situation under control and to arrest the suspect for battery. That response showcases how officers use every tool available to keep Orlando safe. It shows how technology adds to the training and judgment and heart of the service for our officers, like Nicole Terenzi. Since joining OPD in 2021, she has served with unwavering commitment to our community's safety. A member of the department's tactical anti-crime unit, she is strategically deployed to stop violent crime. She proactively works to confiscate illegal guns and drugs from criminals, combining persistence and patience to make a difference. Officer Terenzi is comfortable making it uncomfortable for people looking to do harm. And when crime does occur, she acts decisively to take dangerous vendors off the street, like when she arrested a man who was sexually assaulting a woman at an apartment complex, ensuring that no one else would be terrorized by this predator. Officer Terenzi, please stand so we can thank you for protecting our community. Because of the dedication of OPD personnel like Officer Terenzi, our continued investments in the department, we are producing meaningful, measurable results. Last year, there was a 19% reduction in crime citywide. This included Orlando having the largest decrease in homicides in the entire country. The 10 homicides The 10 homicides were the fewest that we've had in the city of Orlando in 50 years. This bears repeating. You've already given the applause, but among all of the major cities in our country, our community experienced the most significant reduction in crime. We've also continued to see drops in neighborhood crimes like burglaries. These numbers are more than just statistics. They represent secure neighborhoods where residents can sleep better knowing they're supported by officers working day and night to protect us all. That's a great example of the power of service. Now, no one understands service more than Arthur Zachary, who has been a part of the Orlando Fire Department for 52 years. You heard that correctly. 52 years. A lot of you aren't 52 years old, so he has served that long. More than 5 decades, he's had a passion to help others and give back to our community. After joining OFD in the early 70s, he spent 27 years as a first responder before retiring. But retirement didn't last very long for Arthur because he wanted to continue serving. So for the last 25 years, he's been a member of OFD's logistics division, working behind the scenes so that the department's more than 600 first responders can focus on saving lives. Arthur manages, distributes, and cleans gear and equipment. His work reduces exposure to harmful substances, prevents injuries, and allows firefighters to respond quickly and with confidence. In this role, Arthur feels the same satisfaction he felt as a first responder. He is not able to join us this morning, but he is watching online. So let's give Arthur a round of applause so he knows we appreciate him. Arthur's service will continue to be needed because each year OFD receives nearly 175,000 calls for assistance, from house fires to cardiac arrest to car crashes. While answering these calls and saving lives, OFD's first responders display great bravery, strength, and care. Lieutenant Ron DeSantis epitomizes this dedication. For 20 years, he selflessly served others both in our community and beyond. He's not only committed to assisting residents on their darkest days, Lieutenant DeSantis mentors new firefighters and offers leadership with the fire union. He also serves with the Florida State Guard, which responds to disasters statewide. With all that he does, it is no surprise that among the 30,000 firefighters in Florida, he was named the state's Professional Firefighter of the Year this past winter. Lieutenant, please stand and let us. So it's not just OFD and OPD that keep our city safe. Our transportation team is also saving lives. They work to ensure that every person could get safely where they need to go by walking, biking, driving, or riding transit like Lynx and Sunrail. For too long, communities throughout our country accepted the mindset that getting people places fast is more important than getting them there safely. We believe our city can take action to prioritize safety on our roadways. That's why we joined the Vision Zero initiative with the goal of completely eliminating traffic deaths and serious injuries by 2040. To achieve this, we're making infrastructure improvements, addressing dangerous behavior, and learning from residents, including those who shared challenges they had walking on the Mills 50 Main Street district. So we're adding new high visibility crosswalk on Mills Avenue and Canton Street, similar to the completed projects on Mercy Drive, Green Drive, and Dowden Road. Creating a safer Orlando for cyclists is also a priority. Upcoming work includes installing separated bike lanes in the Rosemont neighborhood, not far from here on the Livingston Street area. We are happy to share that this work has made Orlando safer. Since 2020, there's been a 40% drop in deadly and serious injury crashes. That reduction equals 60 lives saved as a result of our Vision Zero initiative. Some of those 60 people could be in this room, children in your neighborhood, or your loved ones or friends. The work of our staff and investments in more than 100 safety projects has moved our entire region from being one of the most dangerous places to walk to being recognized as having one of the most notable reductions in pedestrian fatalities in the entire country. Some of the members of our Vision Zero team are here with us. Please stand and accept our thanks. So let's keep the focus on our streets, where our public works crews start long before most of us wake up, with call times as early as 3 a.m. Like our solid waste staff who visit your neighborhood 3 times a week to pick up trash, recycling, and yard waste. Our street maintenance team that filled more than 2,500 potholes last year, saving your tires, your suspension, and probably keeping you from yelling a few choice words during your commute to work. And then there are the people responsible for one of the most important services that you never think about. You're thinking about it. When you flush your toilet, you do your dishes, you brush your teeth, you don't typically wonder where that wastewater goes. But Josh Reyes, Nora Salmon, Lance Bing, and Nick Gonzalez always think about this. They help manage our wastewater system that includes more than 1,000 miles of pipes, which carries 15 billion gallons of stuff you never want to see or smell to where it can be safely treated. Their work moves treated wastewater to our Orlando Wetlands Park, a 1,600-acre advanced treatment site in East Orange County. What the city started in the 80s as an innovative way to naturally clean this water has become one of the most unique areas for wildlife in the entire world. It's home to more than 200 species of birds.
Continuing to listen in to Mayor Buddy Dyer as he delivers the State of the City address. This happened earlier today at the Plaza Live in Orlando. We got to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll get you back to this and continue tracking a number of stories this afternoon here in just a couple of minutes.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Giving you a live look right now in New York, where in about an hour and a half, President Trump is expected to speak. You see folks already inside that room, and this is, again, a police facility up in Nassau County, and the large sign there saying making America safe again. You heard the president when we took him live a few minutes ago before he left the Capitol to head to New York. He was talking about some crime statistics and some things that he would be talking about. Again, he's going to be speaking. This is the Nassau County Police Academy Center for Training and Intelligence, and around 3 o'clock when we expect to hear from President Trump. Let me also give you a live look right now from our Launch Credit Union camera, where we are anticipating an announcement at NASA at 2:30. So I'm going to zoom in on the vehicle assembly building for you at Kennedy Space Center. We're waiting to hear from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, a number of other officials expected to be at that event as well. Again, that's about an hour from now. We will bring that to you live here on Fox Local during our 2 o'clock hour on Florida Live. Right now, though, I want to get you back to Mayor Dyer, who was delivering his State of the City address earlier today in Orlando at the Plaza Live, where he was talking about a number of different things. Let's listen back in.
With call times as early as 3 a.m. Like our solid waste staff who visit your neighborhood 3 times a week to pick up trash, recycling, and yard waste. Our street maintenance team that filled more than 2,500 potholes last year, saving your tires, your suspension, and probably keeping you from yelling a few choice words during your commute to work. And then there are the people responsible for one of the most important services that you never think about. You're thinking about it. When you flush your toilet, you do your dishes, you brush your teeth, you don't typically wonder where that wastewater goes. But Josh Reyes, Nora Salmon, Lance Bing, and Nick Gonzalez always think about this. They help manage our wastewater system that includes more than 1,000 miles of pipes, which carries 15 billion gallons of stuff you never want to see or smell to where it can be safely treated. Their work moves treated wastewater to our Orlando Wetlands Park, a 1,600-acre advanced treatment site in East Orange County. What the city started in the 80s as an innovative way to naturally clean this water has become one of the most unique areas for wildlife in the entire world. It's home to more than 200 species of birds, which attracts visitors from around the globe. Yes, that's right. We are the only city in America that has turned your number 2 into a number 1 tourist attraction. And that's unbelievably real. Getting wastewater from your home to outside in nature isn't easy. And I'm not going to put my engineering degree to use and take you through every part of the multi-step process to remove pollutants from the water. But you should know that it takes highly skilled professionals with expertise in biology, chemistry, and technology to operate this incredibly complex system. So Josh, Norris, Lance, and Nick have this knowledge, so we don't have to give a second thought to where our waste goes. They're here this morning. Please stand so we can show our gratitude. Our Public Works team is also managing dozens of construction projects that residents will notice, like a new fire station in Laureate Park, the creation of a training facility near our Emergency Operations Center to prepare firefighters for all types of situations, and a Southeast Government Center opening later this year. The facility will reduce response times by serving as a hub for more than 60 OPD officers. It'll host community events, and it'll be the location of the Orange County Library System's Lake Nona branch. They're also guiding improvements critical to infrastructure that we don't always see, but certainly rely on. Storm drains to prevent flooding in neighborhoods like Paramore and Harrelson Estates. Updating infrastructure under Summerlin Avenue, including an almost 90-year-old pipe. Rehabilitating lift stations like the one in Inglewood Park that take wastewater to our plants. While we continue to invest in infrastructure and amenities, we know that one of the greatest concerns nationally and statewide is housing affordability. In Orlando, our housing and economic development departments have worked to add nearly 24,000 residential units over the last 6 years. To put that in perspective, that's equal to adding the total number of homes in Altamont Springs. To bring the cost of housing down and construct more units faster, we launched the Orlando Unlocked initiative last year. The program unlocks new opportunities for development by modernizing zoning, streamlining approvals, and offering incentives like density bonuses and permit rebates. Our staff is thinking outside the box, including transforming vacant, underutilized city-owned lots into housing. In Holden Heights, the Piedmont Yard Apartments will turn a former city storage lot into 75 apartments for low-income residents. On Roberto Clemente Boulevard, 60 affordable apartments for seniors will be built on former city property. And where some see vacant lots, we see housing and opportunity to ensure that every person in Orlando can thrive. That progress is worth celebrating, but the impact of these homes that have on the lives of our residents is even greater. Which brings us to the next story. After living in a nursing facility for several years following an injury, Gwendolyn was struggling to find a place where she could live independently. Being on a fixed income made that search even more challenging. At the same time, our team was working to create 70 affordable apartments on South Paramore Avenue. They facilitated construction of Town Oaks by expediting permitting, reducing parking requirements, and making development more financially feasible. In April, we welcomed Gwendolyn as she became the first resident in the community. She's grateful to have a safe, stable place that she can afford and is proud to call home. Strong neighborhoods aren't built on housing alone. Creating places where residents can thrive also means supporting small businesses that make our city more vibrant, create jobs, and add quality of life. Year after year, Orlando is named as one of the best cities in the country to launch a new business. The Orlando Main Streets program, which the city started in 2008, has made that recognition possible. Our staff assists each of the 12 districts in furthering the success of entrepreneurs through grants, training, and marketing. Thanks to the 3,000 businesses that have opened in the main streets during the last 18 years, the districts have become some of the most beloved places in Orlando. This includes the Milk District, which is celebrating 10 years since joining the Main Street program, and we are right here in the middle of the Milk District. Many of our districts have received national accolades, including for their role in growing our city's culinary scene. In fact, nearly half of the restaurants in our region that earn Michelin Guide recognition are located in our 12 Main Street districts. That's my favorite stat in this thing. Behind every small business are people who took risk and pursued their goals. Launching a new venture is difficult and filled with challenges, from capital to construction to hiring. But dealing with government red tape should not be something that causes more stress. That's where our Permitting Express team comes in. They guide entrepreneurs in every stage of permitting and development, helping them open the doors faster. Last year alone, this team helped launch more than 160 businesses, and another 60 expand or renovate. This includes an eco-Balkan market in the Ivanhoe Village Main Street. For years, Alina and Bojan wanted to open a grocery store with foods from Eastern Europe, where they immigrated from. Last summer, the couple found a space on North Orange Avenue and pursued their dreams. Our permitting express staff led them through the necessary steps to open a business in less than 3 months. And in December, the market opened, bringing a taste of the Balkans to our land. Alina and Bojan and their children are here today. Please stand so that we can recognize you. We also want to recognize the city staff who guided them, Tracy Parker, Ty Dixon, and Madison Rosenberg. Please stand. The city's public servants don't just serve our community. They are part of the community. Many of them grew up in Orlando, and their experiences shaped their commitment to public service. As children, Tyrone Owens Jr., Willie Manuel, and Terrence Slaughter played sports at our parks and neighborhood centers. Now, as members of our horticultural team, they trim trees, care for plants, and keep city parks clean so kids can have fun outdoors and adults can stay active. They take great pride in their work, but say it's especially meaningful to maintain parks like Lake Lorna Doone, Grand Avenue, and Gilbert McQueen in the neighborhoods where they were raised. Tyrone, Willie, and Terrence are also content creators. Take a look at what their influencer skills have done.
That State of the City address that Mayor Dyer gave earlier today. We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, 10 till 2 here on this Friday. Thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to let you know in about 10 minutes we're going to be joined by another legal analyst. This is the judge we had on yesterday to talk about what we might see today in the Luigi Mangione hearing, the emergency hearing in federal court today. She's going to be joining us live again in about 10 minutes to break down what we know about this plea and what happens now, what happens from here. So we'll have more analysis on that coming up in our 2 o'clock hour. In fact, right off the top at 2 o'clock. We are going to continue to track weather this afternoon here in Central Florida because we are in a Fox 35 Storm Team Alert Day because of the chance of storms in the area and also because of the heat that we are dealing with today as well. I want to give you a live look at the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Not too much out there, but we are seeing some showers going ahead, and showers and storms starting to pop up. And that is something that we could continue to see cause an impact throughout the evening. So we'll talk about that with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer in just a little bit. He'll also give us the latest on what's happening in the tropics, because it is things are getting a little bit busier, and so we'll go through all of that coming up in just a little bit as well. Let me also give you a live look right now at Kennedy Space Center, the Vehicle Assembly Building, where we are less than an hour out from a big NASA announcement. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman going to be there. Some other leaders, members of Congress expected to be there as well. So we will have that for you in the second half of our 2 o'clock hour. And I also want to give you another live look right now inside the Assembly Hall, inside that Nassau County Police Training and Intelligence Facility, where President Trump is going to be speaking a little bit later this afternoon. Again, that is scheduled for 3 o'clock, and we expect to hear from him coming up a little bit later. So we will listen in and get you to the president's remarks. This event may be starting right now. Let's go ahead and listen in live for a minute and listen in to see what they're saying here.
And fraud doesn't end with stolen money. Fraud is funding violent crime. Fraud is fueling organized crime, narcotics distribution, and human trafficking. Fraud is bankrolling hate and anti-Semitism. Follow the money far enough, and sometimes you find something much darker at the other end. That's why fighting isn't just about saving money, it's about saving lives. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance have unleashed federal law enforcement to do exactly that. President Trump created the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud, led by Vice President J.D. Vance, bringing agencies across America together with one mission: fight fraud, follow the money, and stop the criminals. At the Department of Labor, Acting Secretary Keith Sonderling and I are working side by side to protect the American workers, root out fraud and corruption, and make sure programs meant to help Americans aren't being used as ATMs by criminals. My team will exhaust every lead, hunt every criminal, and be unwavering in delivering justice. And you're going to hear today from two leaders who are proving what happens when we let law enforcement do their job. Under FBI Director and proud Nassau County resident Kash Patel, the message is simple. Under Kash Patel, the message is simple. There is nowhere to hide. Not another state, not another country, not another continent. The FBI is hunting violent criminals, gang members, traffickers, predators, and fraudsters wherever in the world they run. And Attorney General Todd Blanche brings an unrelenting passion to one mission: keeping the American people safe. At the Department of Justice, alongside the National Fraud Enforcement Division, they're recognizing what those of us in law enforcement already knew. You cannot separate the war on fraud from the war on crime. At the Department of Labor, we're part of that fight. We're following the money, we're investigating criminal networks, we're protecting American workers, and when the evidence takes us from fraud to trafficking, to guns, to narcotics, to organized crime, or to sheer violence, we keep going. Because I say it everywhere I go. Crime and fraud is a tax that you never voted for. And criminals thrive when they believe nobody is coming. Well, guess what? Under President Donald J. Trump, somebody is coming. The investigators are coming. The federal agents are coming. The prosecutors are coming. And handcuffs and prison cells are also coming. But before I leave this stage, I want to do something. If you're a police officer or served in police, please stand up. Firefighters, EMS, correction officers, federal law enforcement, fire marshals, and every other member of law enforcement. And I want you all to look me in the eye. Look me in the eye, because everyone who will speak from this stage today, I am the only one who spent years in the uniform. I've walked to the unknown. I've stood beside cops and firefighters on their worst and best days. I know what it means when your family watches you walk out the door not knowing what the next call will bring. So I'm not telling you this as a government official or as a politician. I'm telling you this as one of you. Never forget who stood with you. Never forget who backed you when others attacked you. And never forget who believes that the men and women willing to run towards danger deserve the respect of their country. Donald J. Trump is the greatest friend to first responders we have ever had.
A room full of first responders and law enforcement officers at this event in Garden City, New York, at this Nassau County Police Training and Intelligence Facility where President Trump is expected to speak in about an hour from now. Again, we will get you to the president's remarks live streaming here on Fox Local once he begins speaking. Well, we're just about out of time this hour, but don't go anywhere. We have much more live streaming news coverage to come. At the top of the hour, going to welcome in our TV audience on Fox 35 joining us for Florida Live. We'll get into a number of topics, and including more legal analysis on the Luigi Mangione plea deal. So, well, not plea deal, but his plea.
Obvious that they're playing to the camera. And there are some people who play to the camera where it's painful, but with her, it is hilarious. So that's my take on Brooks Nader. See you tomorrow.
Live and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35. It has been a busy day. If you're just now joining us on Fox 35 TV, you are missing out. We have been had a really busy last 3 hours of live streaming on Fox Local. So I want to get you caught up a little bit. Want to let you know some of the things that we're looking ahead to coming up in just a little bit as well. First, let me give you a live look right now in Garden City, New York, where we're expecting to hear hear from President Trump. He's supposed to speak about an hour from now to this group. A lot of law enforcement officers in there. This is a police training and intelligence facility. We expect him to talk about crime and a number of other things. You see the large poster there saying "Making America Safe Again." So we will get you to that event once President Trump begins speaking around 3 o'clock. Let me also give you a live look. This is the Vehicle Assembly Building at Kennedy Space Center, where we're anticipating a large announcement from NASA coming up at the bottom of the hour. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman is here in Florida for this announcement. A number of other officials expected at that event as well. So we will have more on that, and we'll get you live to that announcement coming up right around 2:30. Let me also give you a look right now, live look outside the federal courthouse in Manhattan, where earlier today we followed the breaking news and first brought you the information about Luigi Mangione pleading guilty to federal stalking charges in connection with the death of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. In court today, Mangione confessing his intent, saying, "I knew what I was doing," and entering a plea. In this case, we also heard from attorneys speaking outside the courtroom after this, first from a defense attorney representing Mangione, and then from prosecutors and investigators saying that they hope this case sends a message.
With today's guilty plea, Mr. Mangione has accepted full responsibility for the death of Brian Thompson, arising from the events of December 4th, 2024, outside of the UnitedHealthcare Investor Conference here in Midtown Manhattan. It was a single tragic event, yet he's being prosecuted twice for the same conduct. He endured years of severe, debilitating pain following a broken back, while struggling to navigate our healthcare and health insurance systems. Like the thousands of people who've reached out since this tragedy to share their own experiences, he believed that the system had failed him and destroyed his life. Mr. Mangione has been unfairly treated since the outset in every way and has successfully fought off terrorism charges and the death penalty, while also fighting at the same time two simultaneous prosecutions in two jurisdictions who are trying to punish him twice for the exact conduct. Today's guilty plea triggers this statute, and we just filed our motion in state court explaining why the state charges must be dismissed under New York's double jeopardy protections.
This was not a spontaneous act of violence. It was deliberate, calculated, and premeditated. The defendant committed this murder in an attempt to draw public attention to his dislike of certain businesses. But we live in a civilized society governed by the rule of law. We debate, we disagree, we protest. We do not commit murder. No grievance, political belief, or ideological cause can ever justify murder. There can be no celebrity in assassination. While the defendant pled guilty, our office does not have a plea agreement with him. Instead, he pled open, which means he pled guilty to all pending counts in the indictment. There are no accommodations or concessions, and we are free to seek the maximum penalty under the law.
And to those who idolize Luigi Mangione, I say this: violence is not a cause, murder is not a message, and a killer is certainly not a hero.
A killer is certainly not a hero. That was the New York Police Department Commissioner Jessica Tisch speaking as well after we heard from the U.S. Attorney and first from Luigi Mangione's defense attorney. Some strong words from prosecutors and law enforcement in this case. Now, joining us live now to give us some legal analysis of what happened in court today and what we can expect when Mangione is back in court for his sentencing coming up in December. We are pleased to be joined again by Tarlika Nunez-Navarro, former judge, an attorney, currently the Dean and Professor of Law at St. Thomas University's College of Law, joining us live now via Zoom. Tarlika, thanks so much for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me. It's been a busy morning.
It has been, and I think, when was it? I guess just yesterday that you joined us live, and we talked about this possibility, the reports of what we might see in happening in court today with this emergency court hearing. Now that we have some details on this, I want to get your thoughts and your reaction to what happened in court today and what we're learning about this.
Yeah, so what we talked about yesterday happened. He pled this morning, and as we would expect, the defense came with their motion and they filed it immediately for double jeopardy in the state case. So remember, they are arguing, because it is New York and the broad protections that New York gives to defendants in that state under the double jeopardy laws, an exception to the sovereign doctrine rule. He cannot be tried twice for the same crime. Now, the state is going to argue it's not the same crime and it's different elements. So it's going to be fascinating to watch to see how this plays out.
Who do you think has the better argument?
You know, I don't rule from the bench often, and I'm not going to guess here. I think this is going to be a very interesting constitutional argument from both sides. You know, I could take both sides because I've been a defense attorney, I've been a prosecutor, I've been a judge. So I could say, you know, the way they strategically did the plea colloquy this morning, admitting to very detailed aspects of the crime, intent to kill. It was almost like they placed that in there so that they can go into the state court and then say, we already pled in federal court, judge, you have to dismiss this case. So it's a very strategic move, but I think that the state has an argument to make as well, to say that it's a different crime and it's different elements and he should be charged with murder.
That's a really interesting point there. So what you're saying is some of what we heard, maybe even from Mangione himself when he spoke in court today. You know, some of the things that were addressed there were reasons for that. Maybe not necessarily for this case, but for how things might play out in state court.
Absolutely. You heard him say, I had intent to kill. And so every single word that was placed, they went over this over and over, his defense attorneys with Luigi, for what he was going to say. He had a script. And so that was deliberate so that they can go back to the state court and say, he pled, judge, he already pled to these elements, and we need you to dismiss this case.
Really interesting stuff there. I want you to explain for us, too. We heard the prosecutor say this was not a plea deal. They did not offer them accommodations. There was not any sort of agreement in place with this, but this was an open plea. Can you explain for us what that means and why this distinction is notable in this case?
Yes, this is a very important distinction for the Southern District to make. That prosecutor wanted everyone to know that this was not his plea negotiations. This was an open plea to the court, and he is asking for the maximum of life in prison. So essentially, the prosecutor and the defense attorney didn't sit down and come to an agreement and drop charges and negotiate. What he's saying is he went straight to the judge. That's what we call an open plea. You go straight to the judge for them to plead.
I think it was interesting to hear some of those comments from the prosecutors as well. And I should note as well, before I go into my next question, because we just saw the photo of Brian Thompson, the UnitedHealthcare CEO, who was shot and killed. And his family members, we were told, were front and center, front row inside the courtroom there in New York earlier today. And some of the comments we heard from the attorneys from police and officials speaking after that hearing, really saying that there is no room for crimes like this, saying how heinous this was, and we've seen the surveillance video, and how brazen that this appeared. And so I'm curious, when it comes to a judge's perspective, kind of looking at this ahead of sentencing in just a few months, how much they may be looking at this as a chance to send a message and kind of show that something like this cannot be tolerated in society, as we heard from the prosecutor say, no matter what cause or what reason there may be for something like this.
Yeah, this is a heinous crime. I mean, we've all seen it. He was shot in the back. The poor family sitting in that courtroom for the first time hearing from the killer. It's awful. And, you know, the judge is going to hear from the family. They will have an opportunity to speak. They have a constitutional right to give a victim impact statement. So you will hear from the family. And, you know, the judge can take that all into consideration when looking at a life sentence.
Going to be interesting to see what happens.
A potential life sentence.
Potential life sentence, yeah. So what happens next? Just kind of walk us through kind of the next steps in the process, because I'm sure there are some things that are kind of happening in the background now before that December 18th sentencing hearing.
Well, in the federal case, a pre-sentencing investigation will occur, where they will be calculating the amount of time that he should be facing. They're going to go through his background. They're going to go through his family history, his mental health, all of that. And then there is a sentencing date where, like I said, you will hear from the victims in this. You'll hear from the victim's family in this case, and loved ones, friends will have the opportunity to plead to the judge. And the prosecutor, like he said, he was adamant. They will be asking for a maximum sentence of life. So that's where the judge will hear that plea from the prosecutor as well. Now, on the state case, you are going to see motions being filed today on that double jeopardy argument that I mentioned. They're going to be claiming, the defense attorney is going to be claiming that he cannot be tried twice and that this case should be dismissed. So it'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it will be really interesting, and we really appreciate you joining us and continuing to break this down for us. Tarlika Nunez Navarro, Dean and Professor of Law at St. Thomas University College of Law. Thanks so much for sharing your expertise with us here on Florida Live.
Great seeing you. Have a great day.
All right, take care. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but don't go anywhere. We've got much more to come after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look right now at Kennedy Space Center, where this event, this NASA announcement, is slated to take place about 15 minutes from now. The NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, is supposed to be there. Members of Congress supposed to be there. Some others. They're going to be making an announcement about an upcoming event. I believe an America 250 event that may be taking place. And so we're going to learn more about that. We will bring this event to you live coming up in just a little bit once that begins. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. It is Friday, 2:15 here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 TV. And it's time to check on some of the big stories in the Bay Area. So for that, we're going to check in with Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now with our Tampa connection. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, yesterday it took Tampa jurors less than 30 minutes to convict Joseph Killens of kidnapping and sexually assaulting a DoorDash driver back in 2023. Now, Killens did take the stand in his own defense on Thursday morning, claiming he actually had a prior relationship with the 20-year-old victim and that he wanted to end it that night. He denied holding the woman at gunpoint or forcing her to perform sex acts, telling jurors that scenario would be crazy. He also claimed that the victim tried to shoot at him when her girlfriend and a friend arrived to rescue her, but missed and hit her friend instead. Now, under cross-examination, prosecutors pushed back, arguing his story did not align with the evidence or testimony from investigators and victims. Killens grew agitated on the stand, repeatedly denying he kidnapped or forced the victim to do anything. Investigators say that the attack happened in April of 2023 while the victim was delivering a DoorDash order to a Tampa hotel. Prosecutors say Killens held her at gunpoint, demanded money, and forced her into a car, making her drive around for about 2 hours while threatening her and forcing her to perform sexual acts. The victim's girlfriend testified that she tracked the victim's phone to an apartment complex after their call disconnected. When she and her sister tried to intervene and escape, investigators say Killens fired shots at them. And Killens, he was sentenced yesterday, and he will be spending the rest of his life in prison. Garrett?
All right, so a long sentence ahead for him. And like you said, kind of, you never know with juries how long it's going to take them, but less than 30 minutes to deliberate. That really shows there was not much doubt in their mind even to begin with.
Yeah, there is not much doubt, and I don't know if you have been watching this trial, but here in this newsroom, it was very fascinating to watch. Killens, he was pulled out of the courtroom several times for having outbursts, and as I mentioned yesterday, he did take the stand in his own defense, and he tried to claim that he was actually in a relationship with this victim, and he said that instead of kidnapping her and sexually battering her, that he was actually going to break up with her that night, and anything other than that is simply crazy. So it was a very lively trial. It was an interesting trial. And those jurors, it only took them 30 minutes to find him guilty on all accounts.
All right, so now next in our Tampa connection here, Nancy, it's the start of high school football season, but not for one school in Sarasota. What's the latest here?
Yes, that would be Booker High School. They are actually putting their varsity football program on pause this year, and that comes after 3 consecutive appearances in the state semifinals, and they will be focusing on their junior varsity team, and all of this comes after coaching changes as well as student transfers. And former head coach Carlos Woods, he was recently dismissed from the program, and he actually later resigned from the school district. Now, Sarasota police have confirmed that Woods is the subject of an active criminal investigation stemming from a referral by an outside agency. Authorities say that investigation does not involve student wrongdoing. School officials have not released the specific reasons behind his dismissal or details about the criminal allegations. Now, in wake of the leadership change, a wave of players have transferred out of the program. New head coach Lance Holtke, who is a former USF quarterback with 15 years of coaching experience, says safety and competitive balance forced the decision to halt the varsity season. He explained that football carries inherent risks and leaders could not, in good conscience, put players in an unfair or unsafe position. Principal Jamal Crook says the school is focusing entirely on player development and rebuilding the program. Holtke added that a strong core of dedicated staff remains, including several Booker alumni who care deeply about the school's future. And for now, the junior varsity team will continue practicing and playing games as the coaching staff works to build up the roster for next year. Holtke says he accepts the challenge and believes building a proud long-term vision for Booker High starts with giving the young men on the field the best chance possible to succeed. Garrett?
All right, that is a big decision, that is for sure. Now, talk with us about how schools in Hillsborough County are taking steps to make sure their young athletes stay safe with all this heat that we're dealing with in Florida right now.
Yes, this is actually really cool, and it's not in the school system. It's actually part of Hillsborough County's Parks and Recreations Department, and they are putting heat stress meters inside of synthetic turf at different sports complexes across the county. Two of those complexes include Skyway and Apollo Beach sports complexes. Now, this internal mechanism in these devices measures things like wind speed, UV rays, and humidity by mimicking how human sweat leaves the body. When the meter hits a reading of 92.1, county guidelines require teams to immediately clear the field until conditions improve. Local coaches say taking the guesswork out of heat safety is crucial, especially when watching for early signs of heat stroke like dizziness, headaches, or nausea. The county modeled this pilot program after Florida's Zachary Martin Act, which protects high school athletes in order to extend those same protections to children of all ages participating in outdoor youth sports. Now, during recent practices, teams at Skyway Park were mandated to take 5-minute breaks for every 15 minutes of play based on the real-time meter readings. Now, county officials plan to expand the heat stress meters to additional sports complexes, though an exact timeline and the total number of devices for the next phase have not yet been announced. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection, and have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live now. TJ, Storm Team Alert Day, what, for heat and for storms?
The potential for some storms. Yeah, I mean, thankfully, Garrett, right now, not seeing too many, but we know as we're getting through our back to school week, we have a lot of sports, we have a lot of practices, anything you can think of outside on a Friday. So I think between the heat, between the potential for some scattered showers and thunderstorms, certainly something to be aware of through the remainder of our day. But overall, the heat, that's certainly been a big story all week and still continuing to be a story now and really into this upcoming weekend too.
Yeah, we've got those heat advisories in place for what, everywhere?
Everywhere. I know, as far as the eye can see here across Central Florida, from the Gulf Coast to the Space Coast, we can see these heat advisories through 8 o'clock tonight. It is not feeling good out there. If you've been outside, that's no secret. It's feeling pretty darn rough if you're getting outside. Even just running to the car. Feels like 109 in Sanford, 110 in the Villages, 113 in Titusville. It feels like temp right now, and that's why we have this heat advisory. And you can still see it's going to be feeling rough through the remainder of the evening. Really not even getting below 100 until past sundown. So be prepared to deal with the heat. You'll be sweating if you're doing something outdoors, that is for sure. Tomorrow, we're still back up into the similar range that we've been feeling. Could be dealing with another heat advisory tomorrow with this ridge of high pressure essentially in control of us just to our north and west, around 110 in Bushnell, 111 in Titusville. A major to extreme heat risk all across Central Florida. The purple, that's the extreme heat risk, and that continues on Sunday as well, Garrett. So it's going to feel pretty rough. Hopefully finding a beach, a pool, a water park, the hose out back, anything to stay cool today into the weekend.
Yeah, you are going to need it. There is no doubt about that, especially when you think about the long stretch of this too. This, you have to hydrate, you have to take some precautions because when you're talking about that humidity, that heat, doesn't always take a whole lot.
Yeah, not at all. No, and it's going to be with us this weekend. And we talked a little bit about the storms. There aren't too many out there right now. We've seen a couple trying to get going here across Central Florida over the last few hours. A little over 100 strikes, in this whole radar view. There is one starting to get going now closer to Orlando. This isn't too far away from Orlando International, so there may be some minor delays. There is some lightning associated with that. Not looking too bad, but still some gusty wind, potentially around 40 miles per hour. We're seeing the sea breeze coming in too now, and we're seeing some showers and thunderstorms ignite with that. There is a little lift upstairs in the atmosphere too, Garrett. So I think we will see hit or miss showers and thunderstorms. I don't think it'll look too different than what we normally see on a lovely summer, hot August day, but definitely some storms that still could pack a bit of a punch with some gusty wind and possibly some small hail if they really do get going.
Now talk to us about what's going on in the tropics, because still a couple of areas that we're watching, but chances for at least one of them have dropped.
They have. Actually, they've both dropped just a touch. Not a huge drop, Garrett, but yeah, they both have seen a little decrease in the chances now over the next 7 days. Really, it's going to be the eastern wave that we're watching, the one that has that 40% chance of development. It seems like the one now that's approaching the Lesser Antilles, the Windward and Leeward Islands there, that one, still some storms associated with it, but it's running into so much wind shear and it's really getting torn apart. We've been talking about that all week long. That's been the story with El Nino. But where the other wave is, the farther eastern wave, the farther east wave, I should say, there's a little less shear. It still looks like there's a lot of shear that it's going to have to get through. But it looks like if that one, if one were to develop, it would be that one. And if it were to thread the needle, there's still a lot of warm water for it to feed off of. So there's some data does suggest that it could be able to become Tropical Storm Dolly. So we'll have to watch that. It seems like the track for Invest 94L, that's going to stay a little farther to the north. So, I mean, if anyone has plans to go to Puerto Rico, if anyone has plans to get out to places like maybe Punta Cana, just the Caribbean in general, as we head through the next week, want to watch this, but it looks like Index 92, it's going to kind of just fade away as it works farther west into the Caribbean over the next few days and into next week. Fading away is a thing that we like to hear about things that we're watching in the tropics. Yeah, 1,000%. It's the crazy thing is, we say it all the time, I feel like what goes up must come down or vice versa, and it's quiet here, but the Pacific certainly has been active, and yes, we're keeping tabs on that too. We'll talk about that because we were talking earlier about what Hawaii is facing potentially. Rare for them to see a hurricane landfall, but they could see one. They could, yeah. It's being watched. I mean, probably the potential for a lot of flooding with all their mountainous terrain. It's definitely going to be a story for the Big Island, potentially Maui. So we're definitely going to have to watch that. I'm sure we'll be getting a lot more reports out of Hawaii over the next few days, but hopefully it's able to stay on the weaker side. But I mean, even a strong tropical storm will do some damage for such a small area. So we'll be keeping tabs on that too. All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. Thank you, Garrett. I appreciate it. And as we go to break, let me give you a live look right now where we are waiting for this NASA announcement. Any minute now, you see Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, who just walked in a moment ago, and some NASA bigwigs and other officials with the state and federal government as well here for this announcement. We're going to bring it to you live coming up when it begins in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to go ahead, take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look right now in Garden City, New York. That is Kash Patel, the FBI director, who is speaking at this event before President Trump is expected to speak in about half an hour. Again, you're going to be talking about a crackdown on crime. It is a room full of law enforcement at this law enforcement training and intelligence facility. So we're monitoring that. And again, we will also listen in to the president when he is expected to speak, again, about 25 minutes from
from now or so. So we will wait to see what the president has to say. At that, he took a couple questions when he left the nation's capital earlier today. We brought that to you live on Fox 35 News Plus, and he highlighted a couple things with crime numbers and statistics, and talked about that a little bit. So we will hear more from the president coming up in just a little bit. Let me also give you a live look right now at Kennedy Space Center on Florida's Space Coast. This news conference getting underway right now. You see NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman seated to the left, if you're stage left of the podium, and we're getting ready to hear from him as he is about to be introduced. Let's go ahead and listen in.
First, please join me in welcoming NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. A lifelong space enthusiast, record-setting pilot, entrepreneur, and commercial astronaut, Administrator Isaacman was nominated by President Trump to lead NASA and confirmed in 2025. Administrator Isaacman, welcome.
Thank you all for being here today. I would also just like to again thank some of our speakers who are here today. So Senator Director again, Brian Hughes, it's great to have you here. Director Grindle from our Aeronautics Division. Thank you, Senator Moody, for being here. Congressman Herodopoulos, Congressman Soto, Congressman Donalds, appreciate it, as well as the rest of our federal and state elected leadership that are here, just champions for the state of Florida, but especially very much appreciated champions for NASA and our world-changing mission. So for over 250 years, America has led and inspired the world with our accomplishments. And that didn't happen by accident. The conquest of the American wilderness, the foundation of the greatest and most resilient democratic republic in history, and our leadership in air going back to the Wright brothers and in space by the pioneers of decades past, all happened because of the brave men and women that made the decision to take on the incredible, the near impossible challenges and succeed. That is our mandate at NASA, and I assure you we are not slowing down. President Trump has empowered every government agency to pursue the exciting, the big, bold, ambitious ideas that made America the greatest country in the world, and that is exactly what we are doing at NASA right now. Over the last few months, we have revealed some of the most incredible missions of science, exploration, and discovery in NASA's history. The Artemis II voyage around the moon was just the beginning. We are accelerating the Artemis program. In fact, Artemis 3 rocket is being stacked right now in the vehicle assembly building, and following that flight, we will return American astronauts to the lunar surface in 2028. Now, alongside that effort, we are building the first outpost on another world, a moon base. And we are still doing all the other things. We are pioneering quiet supersonic flight with the X-59. We are launching the Nancy Grace Space Telescope. In fact, in just a matter of weeks, we're launching Dragonfly, all to pursue and unlock the secrets of the universe, as well as launching SR-1 Freedom to finally get America underway on nuclear power in space. A small step towards a nuclear NASA that will see American astronauts, like those that are joining us today in the T-38, we got Raja and Denise there that have brought this NASA T-38 here, where again, we'll see the day where American astronauts, NASA astronauts, may plant the stars and stripes on planet Mars. Now, the American people have invested in NASA programs and waited patiently to see the world-changing missions like Artemis II. And they deserve to know and see what we are building and showcase the aerospace capabilities the talent of NASA has helped pioneer. That's why it is my great privilege to announce today, Max Power.
Go for launch. All set.
President Trump's administration is all about bringing back the big, bold endeavors that once defined American exceptionalism.
One small step for man.
And NASA is very much on board. On November 7th, NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, will kick off Max Power, a two-day event showcasing the best of American innovation in air and space, right here on American soil at the historic Shuttle Landing Facility. Max Power will feature space hardware, NASA NASA and DOW aircraft, interactive mission simulators, moon rovers. You're going to have Apollo astronauts there, Artemis astronauts will be there, behind-the-scenes experiences, one hell of an air show, and maybe even a rocket launch or two. As we honor America's 250th birthday, Max Power will help set the stage for the next 250 years of American engineering greatness. Together with our collaborators, this will be an event remembered for generations.
We sure know how to make a hype video, I'll tell you that. Right? So as you just saw, November 7th and November 8th, NASA's Kennedy Space Center will open what was the once restricted and certainly historic shuttle landing facility to the interested public and host this multi-day celebration featuring world-class air shows, tech demonstrations, space exhibits. We're going to have science experiments, simulations, and as I mentioned in the video, maybe even a rocket launch or two. Now, for those 2 days, the American people will be able to see the future taking shape in front of them. As we celebrate 250 years of American leadership, Max Power will give visitors demonstrations of next-generation hardware that could one day be operating on the lunar surface, travel through deep space, or contribute to missions that we have not even yet imagined. There will be performances from the Department of War aircraft, including the United States Air Force Thunderbirds will be here, NASA's aeronautics portfolio, as well as other civilian acts and performers. And if we do this right, a child walking through Kennedy that weekend will see something that maybe changes the trajectory of his or her life. They will put down maybe their phone and look up to the sky and decide that they want to become an engineer or a scientist, a pilot or an astronaut, and contribute to humanity's absolute greatest adventure. This is how the next generation really begins their journey. NASA is bringing a showcase of American technological leadership across air and space back to U.S. soil. We are setting the stage for exhibitions at Kennedy Space Center that could redefine the way aerospace companies conduct business, highlight their capabilities, and inspire the next generation of future explorers. Max Power 2026 is just the beginning, and we welcome you all to come out and experience the possibilities. Thank you very much.
Next, please welcome Kennedy Space Center and Wallops Flight Facility Director Brian Hughes, a Florida native, Air Force veteran, former national security official, and former NASA Chief of Staff. Brian brings extensive experience to his role leading two of NASA's key facilities. Welcome, Brian.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks, everybody. This is an exciting day. And just remember, the weather in November is a lot less dynamic here than it is in August. Since JFK's inspirational challenge in the early days of NASA and America's space program, Kennedy Space Center has been at the heart of our nation's leadership in space exploration. Here at KSC, the eyes of the world witnessed a few daring men leave our planet and venture to the unknown territory on the surface of the moon. From here, Space Shuttle Columbia took its maiden flight, commencing a human spaceflight program that would span nearly 3 decades. From KSC, the people and materials for the International Space Station began what is now a constant American presence in Earth's orbit for now over 25 years. From right here, NASA and our commercial partners are launching the hopes and dreams of the nation as we pave the way to a future of long-term human presence in deep space, on the moon and beyond. This iconic location and the people who work here have literally written the most transformative chapters of our nation's history. We have the historic launch facilities and pads here at Kennedy Space Center, as well as of our partners at Cape Canaveral Space Force, which have been the place on Earth for the vehicles that have taken humanity to new heights. Even right here where we're seated today, as the administrator said, we're at the shuttle landing facility, which has supported decades of crew arrivals and crew returns as we celebrate men and women who risk everything to venture in the great beyond. For millions of people across the globe, Kennedy Space Center is synonymous with inspiration and awe. In fact, it was a trip here to Kennedy Space Center as a 3.5-year-old in 1973, a picture from which is posted in my office, That's where my dream about NASA and space began. So the seeds that are planted here at Kennedy can literally change a life and inspire dreams. So of course it is perfect that Kennedy Space Center serves as the launching point for an extraordinary event to celebrate the dedication, the innovation, determination, and inspiration that has allowed this agency to transform dreams into reality and ambition into achievement for more than 60 years. There's no better place to celebrate the triumphs of the past, and there's no better place to offer inspiration to the future than right here at Kennedy Space Center, and I'm excited to be a part of it. So thank you all.
We're also pleased to welcome Lori Grindle, Director of NASA's Aeronautics Division within the Research and Technology Mission Directorate. An accomplished aviator and flight engineer, Lori brings a wealth of experience and expertise to today's event. Please welcome Lori.
Well, good afternoon. When most people hear NASA, they think of America's space program, but we're also America's aeronautics research leader. At NASA, we don't just study flight, we redefine it. And every time you board a commercial jet, it's using technologies pioneered by NASA. And we're still transforming aviation today. We're developing those technologies for faster and more efficient aircraft, and we're teaming with U.S. companies to safely integrate groundbreaking new aircraft into our skies. Max Power is a chance to show the world NASA's leadership in aviation firsthand. And one of the ways we'll be doing that is by sharing what it's like to work with the world's best research aircraft. NASA's research fleet includes aircraft that operate anywhere from just above the ground all the way up to the upper edge of the atmosphere, and from a slow hover all the way up to Mach 2. I want it. Yeah, right on. Sorry, wishful thinking. Today, the aircraft fleet, all the way up to Mach 2, which is still more than 1,500 miles per hour. So this aircraft fleet is supported by the experts who keep them flying and the teams that use them to do amazing things. Each of our aircraft reflects a different aspect of NASA's mission. For example, you may know our F-15s and FA-18s as fighter jets, but at NASA, they allow us to perform research in high-speed, high-altitude environments. They can carry experimental hardware payloads, or we can even modify them for adding experimental components like scale model wings or next-generation sensors that allow us to perform tests that would be impossible in a wind tunnel. These aircraft also serve as safety chase planes for our quiet supersonic X-59 currently undergoing flight testing in California. And we also have them for the Freedom 250 event in their nice new livery. A few of them are doing that. And that's X-59. You can see that there. So, operating at altitudes above 99% of the Earth's atmosphere are ER-2s, and that's NASA's highest flying airborne science platform. We've used this research workforce for everything from testing wildfire tracking systems to calibrating the space-based sensors that allow us to monitor Earth's atmospheric conditions. We also operate a fleet of helicopters, like the one behind us, that we've outfitted to test technologies like precision lunar landing systems. This gives us a practical way on the Earth to evaluate the technologies will be required to operate on the moon. And we'll need that data for our missions, including the more than 20 robotic landings planned for the phase 1 of our moon base. You can expect to see more from NASA Aeronautics in the coming years, more airborne testing, more X-planes, more smart traffic management, and more groundbreaking innovation as we continue to build the future of aviation. And Max Power is an opportunity to see some of the remarkable aircraft NASA's using to realize that future and allow you to share in the excitement of aviation research. Thank you.
Joining us from the Sunshine State is Senator Ashley Moody, a fifth-generation Floridian, former judge, former Florida Attorney General, and now U.S. Senator. Please welcome Senator Moody.
They said there were stairs. No one told me. It's all right.
Well, you have heard from three folks who I hope you could hear in their voice how passionate they are about America's place in the next space race. Lori, Brian, Jared, your remarks were inspiring, and I think we're all comforted knowing you are at the helms of your respective divisions. And I will say, in terms of NASA, Jared Isaacman and I have spent a lot of time talking about the need to keep America in first place of the next space race and how important that is for our nation. And I cannot tell you, substantively, this guy knows everything there is to know about making that happen, and he is energetic. I'm telling you, it's almost like he's got a bullhorn and he's yelling at everybody, we got to stay ahead, we got to stay ahead, we got to stay ahead, and it's true. We're doing everything in our power to make sure that that happens by making sure we're having investment into Florida's Space Coast. We've already passed legislation. I was so proud to get that done as Florida's newest U.S. Senator, and we're working on a bill right now to make sure we get passed called Space Ready 2.0 that allows voluntary private investment in so much of our launch pad. You heard about NASA's role in leading in this space race. I want to talk about Florida's for a moment. As Florida's senator that represents...
This event's continuing live right now at Kennedy Space Center, where NASA officials have announced Max Power. It's an America 250 themed event looking at space and aviation and NASA's role in that, scheduled for November 7th and 8th at Kennedy Space Center. We are going to take one more break this hour here on Florida Live, but we will get you back to this news conference in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a view there, the Vehicle Assembly Building at Kennedy Space Center, where we are also right now hearing from a number of officials speaking live right now at this announcement about Max Power, a space showcase event scheduled for this fall. This is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, who is speaking live right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Actually increased it further when we put almost $10 billion in the big bill passed last July because we wanted to make the investment necessary. And what's equally fascinating and exciting is that we have a leader at NASA today that has energized this place like never before. I just like to call him James Bond. The guy flies around in planes. It's pretty good, Jared. Well done, my friend. And also think about the sacrifice he's making. An incredibly successful person has said, I'm going to give back to my country. That's what's exciting about America today. We're bringing the best and the brightest right here to win the new space race, and we're thrilled about it. And finally, here in the district, let me just say a couple things. I know one of our local officials, including the mayor of Titusville, is here today. Our kids are getting a first-class education right in high school and can go to work in the spaceports around this area. And if you go off to a school like UCF, where 30% of our engineers come from UCF, that's Florida dynamism. We're not just sands and beaches anymore and Disney. We are the economic superpower. And with that max power coming in, I've been to Farnborough, I've been to Paris. When they come to Florida, they're not going to go anywhere else. And I could not be more thrilled about it. I want to say thank you to Jared Isaacman and the entire team. You all bring an incredible new dynamism to this. And Ashley has done just a remarkable job, not only in bringing space bonds and making it a reality, but this new program where we're having private sector investment, investing in this infrastructure, so we are the launch pad for the future. And I could not be more thrilled to be here. Thank you so much.
Please also welcome Congressman Darren Soto, who represents Florida's 9th Congressional District. Now in his second decade of public service, Congressman Soto previously served in both chambers of the Florida legislature. Please welcome Congressman Soto.
Administrator Isaacman, Director Hughes, Director Grindell, what an incredible day, what an incredible announcement for America's 250th anniversary. 2026 has been a big year. We saw Artemis II launched just down the way there, and I was proud to be the only member of Congress who've seen both launches, both Artemis 1 and 2, a point of pride. We're excited and wish you the best of luck on the Nancy Grace Roman telescope to be able to observe far-off worlds, and now the Max Power Showcase, highlighting American space leadership. In Florida's 9th Congressional District, over in Central Florida, the district right next door, we get to see launches twice a week from our backyard. But now this gives us another opportunity to view all these machines up close. And if you want to go beyond Mach 2, by the way, which I know that came up, UCF's hyperspace program is going to help us get there. And so thank you for the funding of that great program. Seeing NASA, Space Force, SpaceX, ULA, Blue Origin, all these great players come together to inspire the next generation of explorers, I find inspiring as well. And Artemis 2 will have a rendezvous with the moon lander, and eventually Artemis 4, a rendezvous with destiny. And so I'm excited as we make our journey back to the moon, to Mars and beyond, that we are supporting these efforts in Congress, and we must do it together. Thank you, everyone.
And finally, please welcome Congressman Byron Donalds, who has represented Florida's 19th Congressional District in the U.S. House since 2021. Before coming to Congress, Congressman Donalds served in the Florida legislature. Clearly, there's a theme today. Please welcome Congressman Donalds.
Well, first of all, it's really an honor and a pleasure to be here. We are thoroughly excited for Max Power. Administrator Isaacman, directors, we want to thank you guys so much for all your leadership here. But more importantly, we are excited to let the world know that Florida is going to be the home of commercial space and aerospace technology for the future, not just of the United States, but on this very planet. In Florida.
That is Congressman Byron Donalds speaking at this event at NASA right now, Kennedy Space Center. We are out of time if you are joining us on Fox 35 TV right now, but if you are joining us on our digital platform, Fox Local, we will continue listening in as this news conference continues, talking about the announcement of this Max Power event that is scheduled for this fall. So if you're watching on Fox Local, keep it right here. We've got more to come. We will also bring you President Trump's remarks momentarily. If you're joining us on Fox 35, thanks for joining us today, and have a great weekend.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. In just a couple of moments, we will bring you President Trump. He's set to speak in Nassau County at the Police Academy there in New York. Earlier, we watched as he took a few questions before boarding Air Force One. Nassau County has one of the largest police forces in the nation. So he is set to speak some remarks about some crime statistics from 2025, wherein a lot of things changed. But we are going to take you back here now to the conference there in Cape Canaveral, where NASA is sharing information about this 250th anniversary celebration set to take place in November. So we will take you back to that conference now.
Apollo era and the Artemis era, sharing their experiences with the interested public. Not to mention, again, a showcase of technology, that's going to make its way to the lunar surface in the years ahead. So it's going to be really exciting. And yes, I will certainly be flying in Max Power. So, thank you. By the way, I also want to highlight, aside from the Max Power event that we've announced here, I think pretty exciting that the head of aeronautics within the NASA Research and Technology Mission Directorate announced a Mach 10 aircraft. A lot of people, I know you're excited. Well, yes, Roger would be excited.
I'm just going to go ahead and pull the mic so that we can pass it between our participants, and I will hand it over to Manuel.
Thank you. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. Administrator, Max Power is going to be a regular event, like an annual event, like it's going to be competing with the rest of the air shows in the country. What's the idea?
Well, I feel reasonably confident with the contributions of the American aerospace industry, along with our partners and other agencies and DOW, that what we will create here at Kennedy Space Center will not have a competitor. But yes, certainly the idea is that this event, Max Power, becomes the first of many.
Hello, Max Evans for NASASpaceflight.com. I guess this can be for anybody. What can a NASA-hosted show like this provide over a show like Oshkosh, Farnborough, Paris?
Well, I'll start out just at the microphone, and I happen to be a big fan of the Oshkosh show that takes place every year. I think you're talking very, very different intent and vibes from that type of event. That is absolutely the greatest fly-in in the world, and if you attended, you probably know it is. People are camping out, and it's much more of I would say, a social event from the general aviation community. What we're talking about here is America's premier expo to showcase the technology in aerospace of the future, and it happens to be alongside a great air show. So I don't think it has a competitor within the U.S., and I think if we do our job right, it won't have one either on the world stage.
I'd just add to that as the administrator said, those are great gatherings. They've obviously built quite a history and quite a reputation. But isn't it a shame when American companies have to go to Paris or England to announce the groundbreaking things they've done or are about to do? So we have an opportunity at this location, which happens to be an iconic part of NASA and the nation's history, to build something that, again, isn't just an air show, although that's cool, but has a real potential to rival them in its appeal to commercial partnerships.
Hi, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for your time today. Thinking about the top line of this, can you give an overview of if NASA is going to be footing the bill entirely for this Air and Space show? What's the cost? And the administrator, you mentioned that it'll be around the time of rollout for the Artemis 3 wet dress. Is there any concern about the logistics from that happening sort of in concert with all the movement that's going to be happening with this Air and Space show? Thank you.
I certainly hope we have, to work some deconfliction issues between the event and Artemis 3 rollout in November. That would be fantastic. But I actually think if our timing works out, it will be a fantastic way to complement what should already be a rather extraordinary event. Now, this is not something that NASA is going to be footing the bill for in this. I mean, these type of events do happen around the world. They're sponsor-driven. We're making available this great real estate, no different than you would see at major events. Nellis has an air show, Andrews and others. But we'll be contributing a lot of our talent, and we'll be contributing some of our aircraft from the NASA portfolio, which we fly around at various events on well, they're certainly becoming normal course, and especially during America's 250th birthday.
I just add, I will take it as my own scolding, that our partners at Space Florida represent, so we talked a bit about the commercial partnerships that exist here and across NASA, but here in Florida, the partnership we have with Space Florida, part of our state's government, technically and officially they operate through an agreement with NASA, this facility, so that partnership I think is going to be on display. Both NASA and the state of Florida will be in a position to utilize their relationships as well as commercial partnerships to make sure that NASA and the federal taxpayer are not the payers of this bill.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for doing this. Ken Kramer, Space Up Close. You mentioned Artemis 3 a couple of times. Can you, Jared, please give us an update? Where do these Pathfinder vehicles stand for Blue Origin and SpaceX now? And do you think that you'll be able to launch next year? And what kind of exhibits for that will you have at the air show? Thank you.
I'm extremely confident that we are going to be able to launch Artemis 3 next year. That's why we stepped into stacking operations. I had a chance to visit with the Blue Origin team earlier, walk the assembly line floor today, looking at components that will make their way into the Blue Origin test lander that we'll be rendezvousing and docking with. And I'll tell you, and I think if you spoke to Blue Origin, they would say the same thing. What we are going to learn from that mission, the amount of risk we're going to be able to bring down in advance of Artemis 4 will be significant. In fact, so much so I think you couple that with the uncrewed landing demonstration, you're going to be very confident about what you're going to be able to achieve in, and potentially in 2028. So they're moving very quickly. I tell you, we manage the schedule down to the day collectively. Every single component to the Artemis program, we manage down to the day and down to the hour. So from the enhancements to the SLS vehicle and Centaur, to the Orion readiness on this, to suit development, to our 2 different landers, we are paying very close attention to. And we, as I've said many times, the talent across NASA is driving outcomes alongside our partners. Now, with respect to SpaceX, I think what you're witnessing, you're seeing an increase in launch cadence, and that's critical. If they're able to launch again, in early September after their last launch and continue to track inside of a month, potentially every couple of weeks before the end of the year, we're going to feel very good about their timing to contribute to Artemis 3 next year. They've already started cutting hardware for that test vehicle. We track that every single day, so that's the test lander. So we're feeling very good about that, and I'd say more so, each step along the way that you get better about Artemis 3, you're feeling that much better about Artemis 4 and its timeline in 28.
And any exhibits at the air show for this?
Well, I'd say first and foremost, you're going to have the people here. The Artemis astronauts that have flown on their missions, that are getting ready to fly on the missions, and then you're going to have the Apollo astronauts here that we're learning so much from. So I start with the people because it's probably one of the most exciting things from it. But that said, you will see rovers, you'll see landers from the CLPS programs here. You'll see a lot of hardware that either has applicability to the early Artemis missions, including very well, you might get a great view of Artemis 3 on its way out to 39B. But you'll also see a lot of the critical components for the moon base that we're building as well.
Thank you.
Pablo Fuente with Radio El Respeto on Orbita Infinita Maya. Question is for Administrator Isaacman. With the flourishing economy of private and companies like NASA, will this event represent an opportunity to recruit the best talent in the world? Do you foresee to carry out networking and recruiting opportunities to attract that talent? Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you, I think as mentioned in several of our remarks, hosting an event like this, just like a launch of Artemis 2 or Artemis 3, is a great way to inspire the next generation of talent to grow up and pick up pursue a degree path that's relevant to NASA or industry's requirements, become an intern at NASA, a pathway intern that potentially becomes a civil servant or joins industry. I think the best way that we can inspire the next generation to contribute to this great endeavor is to fly our missions and do things like Max Power coming up. But I'd say we're not hosting the event necessarily to take talent away from others or so in in industry. In fact, I think NASA, as I've said many times, is at our best when we are doing what no company or agency or other nation is capable of doing. In a lot of ways, that's where SR-1 Freedom and the first nuclear-powered interplanetary spaceship, which will launch from here at Kennedy Space Center in late 2028, which I hope, as I mentioned, becomes the start of the nuclear NASA and attracts a lot of talent that's never in conflict with industry, but is opening up the solar system.
With the thunderstorm that we can see behind y'all and the empty mic stand, I think that will be our last question. For more information and to follow along, visit nasa.gov/maxpower. Again, nasa.gov/maxpower. Thank you all for joining us in person and tuning in to today's Max Power Expo event. We can't wait
and that was the NASA news conference there at the Kennedy Space Center announcing America's 250th anniversary Max Power event. We are going to take a quick break and we will be right back here on Fox 35 News Plus.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take you live now to a press conference where President Trump is set to speak in Nassau County at the Police Academy there in New York. Earlier, we watched as the president took a few questions before boarding Air Force One to travel to Garden City here. Nassau County has one of the largest police forces in the nation. So this is going to be pretty important in terms of talking about violent crime reduction, which the president is supposed to highlight his administration's efforts to fight crime. That does include the FBI's 2025 crime statistic report. And these crime stats for 2025 will be pretty interesting, as according to Regional Press Secretary Liz Huston, 2025 was the largest year-to-year decrease in violent crime. A couple of those statistics here do include murder and non-negligent manslaughter decreasing by an estimated 18.1%, rape decreasing an estimate 7.6%, robbery estimated 18.5%, aggravated assault decreasing an estimated 7.2%, and burglary decreasing an estimated 15.8%. Also in attendance here is recently appointed AG Todd Blanche and FBI Director Kash Patel, who we did see speak earlier. And once the president takes that podium, we will take you live there. But now I want to talk about the MLS and a couple of things looking forward to the season. We actually got the chance here to speak with an MLS broadcaster, Evan Webson, about the Orlando City-Cincinnati preview.
Kind of set the stage for us for this game that we can expect on Saturday.
Yeah, this is a pretty big game. Orlando City comes back to MLS play from Leagues Cup, which is a tournament played against the Mexican teams every summer. The Lions had a pretty good showing. They didn't advance to the next round. Less than 25% of the field does, so it is very difficult to do so. They did last year, not so this year, but did not play poorly, picked up a couple of wins. Now they head back into league play in a pretty big game. They are 3 points out of a playoff spot, still kind of climbing out of the hole they put themselves in early in the season, but a totally different team now. Antoine Griezmann has come in. He has been a lightning spark for the rest of the group. They have rallied around his presence, a French superstar, World Cup champion who has come in and galvanized Orlando. Defensively, they've been much better. They have a lot of really exciting young players that have put around Antoine Griezmann, and they're taking on a team in FC Cincinnati that is only 6 points ahead of them in the Eastern Conference. One of these teams, along with some others like the New York Red Bulls and DC United and Charlotte FC, that they are chasing to try and lock in not just a playoff spot, but a good playoff spot. And they have time and now the talent with Antoine Griezmann added to the team to do so. But these are the games you have to win. Big home game, expecting a big, excited crowd against a good team in FC Cincinnati. This is one that Orlando is really going to want to win, set the tone for the second half of this season.
And talking about that, because Orlando had already seen Cincinnati once this season, right? And unfortunately for us, that wasn't the best showing. But what, if anything, can we actually take from that game heading into this rematch?
I think you take that this is a different Orlando team. That was one where the result you allude to was the last game of the first half. They lost 6-2, and FC Cincinnati has a superstar Brazilian player named Evander. He is likely the MVP frontrunner at the moment, though certainly Lionel Messi will have something to say about that by the end of the season. But Evander is on something of a nuclear heater right now. He has averaged a goal and an assist in each of the past 11 games. And Orlando was unfortunate to kind of run headfirst into the freight train. The difference is now that Orlando can punch back. They have Antoine Griezmann. Young Justin Ellis is rounding into form. They've added Daryl Dike, who scored a goal against Atletico San Luis on Wednesday. And defensively, they've been much better. Since that game, they've only allowed more than 2 goals once. They've done a really nice job of shoring things up at the back. There's still work to do in that department. They are not a great defensive team by any means, but they are good enough at this point that you can keep Cincinnati in check. And Cincinnati, not a very good defensive team either. There are going to be opportunities for Orlando to score. And I think being at home makes a huge difference. Like Orlando, Cincinnati has a great fan base. They draw well. They win a lot at home. Orlando is going to have the home field advantage this time, and I would imagine that makes a pretty big difference.
And what do you think in terms of Cincinnati? What do you think is so? I think their attack is a difficult one to stop.
Yeah, definitely. Again, Evander is one of the best players in MLS. Just a tremendous striker of the ball. More than half of his goals have come from outside the box, which is preposterous. He is a banger factory. The guy just hits the ball so cleanly. He can do whatever he wants with it. He also creates for his teammates. Cincinnati's tied with Miami for the most goals in MLS this season. This is a team that is very difficult to stop. You're going to have to outscore them. Orlando has the ability to do that. They just have to not let things get out of hand like they did back in May. They were in that game. They led early on. They were 2-2 at halftime, and things snowballed on them in the second half. They can't allow that to happen, and they've got to go blow for blow. I think this game is a tremendously exciting one for fans because I'm expecting a lot of fireworks and a lot of goals on both directions. It's going to be one where, it's a bit of a roller coaster. Maybe the heart gets racing, but I think Orlando has what it takes to at least match FC Cincinnati in terms of firepower. You probably can't stop them entirely, but you can certainly slow them down.
You're absolutely right on that one. And I want to ask, do you think that this is a matchup where Orlando needs to kind of prioritize stopping Evander personally, even if that means giving other Cincinnati players more space?
Well, the best way to stop Evander is to not let him get on the ball, right? So I think when you look at Orlando at home, you want to take the initiative and press. We've seen under Martin Perelman, Orlando's press get better and better as the weeks and months have gone along. They've gotten more organized. Griezmann is a big part of this. A lot of older European players will come to MLS. They'll do very well offensively, but maybe don't give you as much on the defensive end. They're in their mid to late 30s. They don't have the legs to run after the ball for 90 minutes anymore. Griezmann is not that sort of player. His hallmark as a star was his work rate, his ability and his willingness to put in that work off the ball. He has very rarely gotten injured throughout his career. He is the ultimate Iron Man. He's played all 90 minutes in all 5 games he's started so far for Orlando City, and he's been among the players covering the most ground, nearly 7 miles a game in those games. So he helps you press, get the ball away from Evander by pressing the back line, the defensive midfield of FC Cincinnati, because once he's on the ball, that's when you're really in trouble, because you have to not only step to him with at least 1, if not 2 players, but then worry about everybody else making their runs around him. If you can prevent him from getting and stirring the drink, so to speak, that's how you can really slow down FC Cincinnati. And a lot of that, too, is going to be Orlando needs to keep the ball for long stretches. When Cincinnati is pressing, Orlando need to be able to play through that press with confidence and not give the ball cheaply away to Cincinnati in dangerous positions. That was a problem in that game back in May. It's something that can't happen in this one.
I gotta tell you, watching Griezmann, I've been watching Griezmann since I was like a child, and seeing him here play for our city, it's definitely been a surreal experience. Do you think that he needs to be you think he needs to continue being the guy creating those chances, or do you think his bigger value is going to be in opening space for the players around him by being the main person to target?
Yeah, it's interesting. In the San Luis game, and it's important to note the context that the San Luis game on Wednesday was not particularly meaningful, or Orlando were all but mathematically eliminated from advancing in Leagues Cup at this point. He didn't start the game. He was rested. He came on and played the last 15 minutes. He had 2 opportunities, including one at the very end, to go one-on-one with a goalkeeper or shoot on an open goal, and opted to pass to a teammate. The second one of those directly led to the game-tying goal from San Luis. And he was visibly frustrated with himself, went on and snatched the ball for the penalty shootout that happened after that, and scored it pretty easily, and was not a happy camper. And I would think that we're going to see Griezmann have a little bit more of that killer in him. That World Cup champion might bubble to the surface here. He's been really generous, trying to get his teammates involved, making them better, making all the guys around him more impactful. But it's also one of those times when you want your big star player to go put the team on his back. This is the sort of game where you're going to want him to be a killer in front of net. And I know he's got that motivation as well.
What did you see in the San Luis game that would make you either more confident or more concerned about Orlando City heading into this one?
Well, it was interesting in that they changed a lot of players, right? So it was a game where they were facing a real uphill battle, and they've also been playing twice a week pretty regularly. They're going to do it next week as well. They'll have to do it a few more times in September. So they wanted to get some other players rest. I think the most encouraging thing that came out of that game was Daryl Dike, his first start since returning from England, his first goal.
It does look like President Trump is about to take the podium here in Nassau County. We're going to take you live to that right now. We're going there now. Again, that is in Nassau County here in New York at the Police Academy, one of the largest in the country. President Trump is set to talk a little bit about kind of the FBI crime statistics, which we did discuss earlier, and we will listen in now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. There's a lot of people outside trying to get in. A lot of people outside, but I just want to say a very special hello to New York and a very, very special hello, Long Island. I love Long Island. I'm thrilled to be back in the state I love, and I do love it. I'm so proud of it, but it's going in bad direction. We got to change it around. We'll get Bruce in there. We'll change it around. We're going to change it around. You watch. He's going to do well. But to be with the hardworking patriots of Nassau County, appreciate it. And we're especially grateful to be joined by the incredible men and women of Nassau County Police Department and a lot of other law enforcement. I've known them a long time. There's never any problems, I'll tell you. They're winners. They're just winners, pure and simple. And thanks as well to your brothers and sisters in New York's finest, the New York PD. We love our New York PD. And we're here today to celebrate the historic progress our administration is making together with law enforcement partners nationwide to restore law and order in America. Very simple. A very simple phrase, isn't it? And with these professionals, it's a very easy thing to do. You have to give them, you have to let them do their job. That's all there is. You won't have any problem. That includes right here on Long Island, where under the leadership of your county executive, a great person, a friend of mine for a long time, a great political leader, a great politician, but I don't want to say that negatively. He's a great politician. He wins all the time. He won in a big surprise like 8 or 9 years ago. I remember I said, man, that's tough for you to win in that location. And then he's won in landslides ever since, and he's a winner, Bruce Blakeman. And I said it. I said when Bruce's name got up, I said, you know, if they give that guy just a little bit of a chance, just a little bit of fair treatment from the fake news and everyone else, he's going to win. No, he's going to win. I mean it. But under Bruce, think of this. Nassau County has been rated the #1 safest county in the United States of America. That's not bad. That's not bad.
We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. If you want to continue watching President Trump's speech there in New York, you can scan the QR code here on your screen. We are going to hand things off to our Fox 35 storm team, tracking some storms moving across Florida. You can see here from our live cam, those storms are already rolling in. So it might be a rainy bit of a commute home, but you'll learn more about those storms moving in from our storm team. Hopefully it won't be too bad with our commute home. But thank you for joining us here on Fox 35 Plus. Again, I'm Hayden Wiggs, and we will see you soon.